Chapter 1597. In the blink of an eye, Ling Zhao's sword was right in front of Tianhai Pearl. The cold slaughter sword was infused into the sword before it exploded. It was filled with extremely sharp sword qi. His speed has actually increased again. Tianhai Pearl was startled. She knew that Ling Zhao was fast, but after seeing it today, she realized that Ling Zhao's speed was more than 10 times faster than before. This kind of speed was something that even martial artists who were a few levels higher than Ling Zhao would find difficult to compare with. No wonder this kid was so arrogant. After all, speed meant survival. This thought only flashed through Tianhai Pearl's mind for a moment. Now, she had to face Ling Zhao's terrifying sword. This sword strike was simple and unadorned. It didn't even use any technique. It was just a simple stab. However, the powerful killing sword intent on the sword made Tianhai Pearl understand that if the sword pierced her, she would be defeated instantly. Water God's 7 pearls, Water Curtain Pearl. With a shout, one of the 7 pearls surrounding Tianhai Pearl suddenly emitted a powerful water-type inner force, forming a thick water curtain in front of her. Qi, the dark demonic sword, pierced the water curtain and made a strange sound. Tianhai Pearl was slightly relieved. She was about to reorganize the situation and fight again. However, in the next moment, the water curtain turned black and began to rot rapidly. The shadow of a heavenly demon appeared behind Ling Zhao. The terrifying dark force and death force were released from the heavenly demon. This guy, he's so evil. Tianhai Pearl frowned. She did not have time to think too much and quickly retreated. However, at that moment, the water curtain had already shattered. Even the pearl turned black and fell to the ground. Although it did not shatter, it was probably unusable. Ling Zhao continued to follow the heavenly sea pearl like a shadow. His sword was always less than a foot away from the heavenly sea pearl. This Ling Zhao is really scary. He seems to have realized that Tianhai Pearl specializes in mid-range and long-range attacks, so he immediately closed in on her and didn't give her any space to use her skills. If this continues, the heavenly sea pearl will fail miserably. Master Long Huang was indeed an expert. His eyesight was very sharp. He instantly determined Ling Zhao's thoughts. It's just a coincidence. Amami was somewhat unconvinced. Coincidence? Hee, as long as you're happy. Venerable Dragon Phoenix did not refute Tianhai Mo's words, because summer insects could not talk about ice. If you told an insect that there was ice in this world, how could it understand? Ha! Miss Amami, your pearl isn't bad. It looks dazzling and pretty. It might be fine to play around with as a collectible, but to use it in battle would be hilarious. Ling Zhao laughed heartily as he sent the dark demon sword forward once more. The terrifying sword qi directly tore apart Tianhai Pearl's clothes, causing the Water Spirit Temple's martial artists to almost scream. Tianhai Pearl's expression was extremely ugly. The water god's 7 pearls that she was so proud of was actually being treated as a toy by this guy. Ling Zhao, don't be so smug. I will let you experience the terror of the water god's 7 pearls. Tianhai Pearl angrily shouted, and the entire area was instantly filled with water vapor. Her figure also instantly disappeared. Water god's 7 pearls, deep-sea killing intent. A cold voice came from the heavenly sea pearl's mouth. Then Ling Zhao suddenly felt a murderous aura coming from all directions and surrounding him. This water god's 7 pearls really do have some skill, but you want to use this to injure me? What a joke. Dark demon sword, body annihilation. Ling Zhao did not move. He just stood there, the black greatsword in his hand swinging in a circle around his body. Then, a terrifying power of darkness rapidly spread. The originally dark blue mist quickly turned as black as ink. The entire area seemed to be filled with a terrifying aura of death. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Tianhai Pearl's attack focuses more on technique. The Water God's 7 pearls are well matched. Some focus on defense, and some focus on attack. It seems very beautiful and meticulous. This combination is enviable. However, although Ling Zhao's attack is simple, every strike is always just right. Every strike of his doesn't waste the slightest bit of strength. How much to use seems to be calculated in advance. How did this brat cultivate? How can he do this? The more esteemed Dragon Phoenix watched, the more shocked he became. Tianhai Pearl's performance was praiseworthy. However, Ling Zhao's performance could be said to be unfathomable. Ordinary martial artists found it very difficult to fully display their strength because they did not have enough technique. They would constantly waste energy in battle. Powerful martial artists could reduce this waste as much as possible, allowing the power of their moves to be fully displayed. However, at most, they could increase the efficiency of this kind of conversion to 70 to 80%. However, this Ling Zhao in front of him, his efficiency was completely 100%. There was not a single bit of waste. Just based on this point, it was natural for this guy to move unhindered in the divine Phoenix continent. No one could compare to him. Boom! The terrifying power of darkness exploded in the water vapor. It could be seen that dozens of strange, shark-like water currents had all exploded. This was the source of the killing intent. It was Tianhai Pearl's killing move. However, in front of Ling Zhao, such a powerful killing move was broken with a single strike. Another pearl of the Heavenly Sea Pearl was smashed into pieces, and the mist quickly dissipated. Her figure appeared again. Water God's 7 pearls, Floodwater Pearl. Tianhai Pearl's expression did not change. She immediately released the 3rd pearl. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave surged from behind her. The turbid wave pounced toward Ling Zhao like a ferocious beast. It actually carried a shocking roar, as if it was a living monster. Dark demonic sword, heart destruction. The sword in Ling Zhao's hand became even more powerful. Facing the attack of the torrential flood, he did not retreat. His long black hair danced in the air. He held the sword with both hands and directly slashed out. Boom! The terrifying sword chi slammed into the flood, and another bead was sent flying, landing hundreds of meters away. In this battle, Ling Zhao once again gained the upper hand. In terms of the ingenuity of the attack, Tianhai Pearl was indeed good. However, in terms of the power of the attack, stability, accuracy, and ruthlessness, no one in this world could compare with Ling Zhao. Even a senior like Long Huangshangren could not be stronger than him. With the help of the Tai Chi Eye, all of Ling Zhao's moves were basically precisely calculated and completely achieved 100% efficiency. Show me what else you have. Otherwise, you'll really lose your life. Ling Zhao looked at Tianhai Pearl and approached her again. Since it was a battle of life and death, there was no room for hesitation. Chapter 1598. Facing Tianhai Pearl, Ling Zhao did not dare to be careless. If he was careless, he might lose his life. Although he had the upper hand now, it was because he had been suppressing Tianhai Pearl from the very beginning. If he were to let his guard down, the advantage would instantly belong to his opponent. Therefore, the continuous attacks exhausted the Heavenly Sea Pearl, and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, with a thunderous momentum, was completely defeated. This was Ling Zhao's battle strategy from the very beginning. Water God's 7 pearls, for dragons emerging from the sea. Tianhai Pearl naturally saw through Ling Zhao's plan. Therefore, she had to think of a way to turn the situation around. Her strategy was to use her strongest attack to force Ling Zhao back, and then find her own rhythm. With this attack, Tianhai Pearl used the remaining 4 pearls at the same time. The 4 blue dragons were completely condensed from water vapor and contained terrifying water-type inner energy. They roared in the air as if they were going to devour and destroy everything. Dark demonic sword, soul destroyer. Ling Xiao slashed with the dark demonic sword again. Its power increased again, and a terrifying aura of destruction filled the entire killing dragon forest. The black heavenly demon behind him had already released 20% of its battle intent. It gathered on the dark demonic sword and exploded with a shocking, murderous aura. Tianhai Pearl had no way out. At this moment, she could only use the 4 pearls to attack at the same time and use her strongest move to defeat Ling Xiao. Other than that, she had no other choice. The 4 water dragons pounced on Ling Xiao, but were blocked by the black sword aura. They were in a stalemate in the air. Ling Xiao sneered. The heavenly demon behind him released its aura, and his battle intent increased by another 10%. At the same time, the dark demonic sword in his hand exploded with an even more terrifying aura. God Destroyer! He changed his move, and its power increased tremendously. The 4 water dragons that were in a stalemate were obviously weakened and suppressed. Oh no, the young master is in trouble. Dai Ying hurriedly stood up and wanted to help. He did not dare to face Ling Xiao alone. However, if he joined forces with Tianhai Pearl to fight Ling Xiao, he was not afraid at all. However, Long Mei, who was opposite him, stared at his every move. As long as he dared to make a move, Cold Plum would definitely not sit idly by. Third brother, don't be anxious. The young master still has a trump card. The first hero stopped the third hero and calmly said, although the Tianhai Pearl was indeed at a disadvantage in the current situation, however, as long as he used that trump card, he would definitely be able to make a comeback. While they were talking, the 4 water dragons of the heavenly sea pearl suddenly turned blood red. Then his strength began to rise rapidly. Upon closer inspection, a blood-red lake appeared behind the sky sea pearl. Although it was not large, it gave off a terrifying smell of blood. Is this your trump card? It is indeed powerful, but it is still too disappointing. Ling Xiao obviously felt the pressure, but his face showed an excited smile. He simply put away the dark demonic sword and retreated. As he retreated, the 4 blood dragons chased after him. Ling Xiao's body gradually merged into the heavenly demon's shadow. 11th Shadow Profound, Heavenly Demon Incarnation. 50% of the heavenly demon fighting intent. A tyrannical aura began to wreak havoc around Ling Xiao like a storm. The broken branches and rotten leaves on the ground were swept up into the sky. Smoke and dust covered the sky, severely obstructing the vision of many people. As Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared, the terrifying black heavenly demon appeared in the void. The storm of destruction continued to roar. Wherever the black heavenly demon passed, it was as if doomsday had arrived. All life was obliterated by this dark power. Extinction. Disappear. In that instant, the 4 blood dragons let out mournful screams. Then they shattered one by one. The blood-red liquid merged into the storm of destruction and became a part of the black heavenly demon. Looking at that sinister face, the sky sea pearl's face was filled with horror. What kind of move was this? How could it be so terrifying? Her trump card, the blood dragon lake, which she was so proud of, was defeated so easily. Ling Xiao had once used the immemorial Golden Crow against the Alliance Master of the 5 Immortals Island, but he did not activate his incarnation, because at that time, he had not completely controlled this energy. Now, facing the Sky Sea Pearl's terrifying blood dragon lake, he tried again. This terrifying heavenly demon incarnation even gave him a fright. Just 50% of his strength was already so terrifying. Against the Sky Sea Pearl, it was an absolute crushing situation. Not good, I can't block it. The Sky Sea Pearl looked at the storm of destruction in front of her in horror, as well as the terrifying, expressionless heavenly demon in the storm. Heavenly demons generally did not have a physical body. They were just huge bodies made of black energy. Only their facial expressions were vivid. However, this vivid and lifelike image had now turned into a terrifying storm that made people tremble. The Sky Sea Pearl wanted to retreat, but this storm was too fast. She rationally realized that if she turned around, she would lose all chance of resisting. At this moment, the only way to save her life was to face it head-on. Burn, power of the water god. The Sky Sea Pearl used a secret technique of the water god temple. She prayed for the blessing of the water god and burned the energy in her body. Then, for more blood dragons condensed in the blood dragon lake. They were clearly one size larger than before. The 4 blood dragons fused together and quickly became an even larger blood dragon. It raised its head and roared. If this blood dragon was defeated, the Sky Sea Pearl would be doomed. Cold sweat poured down her forehead. She continuously released energy and poured it into the huge blood dragon to resist it. Can you block it? The heavenly demon's lips curled into a cold smile. There was a hint of coldness in his lava-like eyes. The black energy turned into a huge palm and slapped toward the blood dragon. "Don't you dare hurt my young master." At this moment, the 3rd hero and 5th hero attacked at the same time, trying to save the Sky Sea Pearl from Ling Zhao's demonic claws. The 1st hero also wanted to attack, but he was stopped by Cold Plum. It did not matter if the 3rd hero and 5th hero helped, because Ling Zhao was not afraid. However, if the 1st hero interfered, it would be a little difficult. After all, the 1st hero was a 3rd-level Yin-Yang realm expert. If a martial artist of this level launched a sneak attack, Ling Zhao would definitely suffer. 3 pieces of trash. Together, you're still trash. Go to hell. A cold voice came from the heavenly demon's mouth. Then, the blood dragon quickly collapsed. The huge black palm slapped toward the 3 water god temple elites. A terrifying black storm swept up along with the palm. There was despair in the 3's eyes. In the face of the huge black palm, they were unable to resist at all. There was only despair. "Young master." The Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo rushed out at the same time, trying to save the young master. However, Zhu Xiaocong, Mou Longchun, and the others also rushed out. They only blocked the Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo for a moment. However, this short period of time was enough. Chapter 1599. Azuru Amami, the 3rd hero, and the 5th hero could only watch as their arms slowly disappeared. Then, their heads started to shatter in the black storm. Before they died, only fear and regret were left on their faces. Boom! There was a huge explosion. The 3 figures could no longer be seen on the ground. They were all torn apart by the black storm and turned into fragments. They could no longer be found. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. The terrifying heavenly demon incarnation was still floating in midair and did not stop attacking. Its huge palm slapped toward Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo at the same time. The 2 of them resisted forcefully, but they were still pushed back by this terrifying power. "Kill!" A cold voice came from the heavenly demon incarnation's mouth. The black storm continued to wreak havoc. Ling Zhao had tried to kill Tianhai Mo and the Dragon Crown Prince, but he actually wanted to kill these 2 as well. These 2 people actually shamelessly ambushed him and injured Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Longchun, and the others. This was something Ling Zhao absolutely could not tolerate. Moreover, Ling Zhao had entered the heavenly demon incarnation state. His personality was affected to a certain extent, and became even more violent. Although he did not lose his rationality, he would definitely not give up against such shameless people. Dragon Prince and Tianhai Mo were in a very sorry state. These two people's cultivations were not weak, but because they fought hastily and did not understand Ling Zhao's moves, they were actually beaten back repeatedly. Dragon Prince was better off, but Tianhai Mo's clothes were in tatters. Countless bloodstains appeared on his body. The people of Divine Phoenix Continent had not finished digesting Ling Zhao's feat of killing the second hero, third hero, and fifth hero. When they saw this scene, they were so shocked that they did not know what to say. This Ling Zhao was too terrifying. Dragon Prince should be at least at the fourth level of the Yin-Yang realm. Tianhai Mo was at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. Although it was because he had underestimated his opponent, the fact that he was being chased by this Ling Zhao was a little too exaggerated. It was hard for him to accept. The more the Dragon Prince thought about it, the angrier he became. He decided not to run. He had originally planned to save his strength to deal with Feng Yinshan and Ji Huangtian, but now he had to go all out to kill Ling Zhao. Otherwise, if word of this got out, he, the Dragon Crown Prince, might as well quit his job. A terrifying aura came from behind the Dragon Crown Prince. The shadow of a flood dragon appeared behind him. No wonder he was called the Dragon Prince. His martial spirit was a flood dragon martial spirit. Although the flood dragon was not an orthodox member of the Dragon Clan, it still had the blood of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, such a martial soul was still very powerful. The two of you should stop. Lord Long Huang suddenly appeared between the two of them and blocked their attacks. He didn't move at all. A powerhouse was a powerhouse. This old fellow's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Both of you are the top geniuses of the Tianhai Empire. No matter who dies, it's not worth it for the Tianhai Empire. I think stopping here is the best outcome. Lord Long Huang's tone was indifferent, but it was filled with an unquestionable domineering aura. Yes, it's time to stop. It wouldn't be good if we didn't completely destroy the harmony. Feng Yinshan also stepped forward to mediate. The two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire also stepped forward. At this point in the battle, although they really wanted Ling Zhao to die, whether the Dragon Crown Prince could kill Ling Zhao was still a problem. If even the Dragon Crown Prince was killed, then they really wouldn't be able to explain it. If they wanted to kill Ling Zhao, they could do it behind his back. There was no need to do it in front of so many people. Therefore, it was necessary to stop the battle. The Dragon Crown Prince didn't want to fight to the death, but he was being chased like a mouse by Ling Zhao. He was so angry that he wanted to fight. He wanted to stop the battle the most now. When Ling Zhao saw so many people stop him, his anger gradually subsided. He coldly glanced at the Dragon Crown Prince and Tianhai Mo. These two had to die, but in his current state, he really couldn't deal with them. It was better to strike from the shadows. That way, he could erupt with even more power and kill them without anyone noticing. With this thought, he withdrew from the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. Besides panting a little, he didn't seem very tired. Humph, the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, you really do live up to your reputation. You can't beat me, but your sneak attacks are stronger than the last. Ling Zhao didn't plan to fight, but he wasn't willing to let them go with his words. These words were full of sarcasm, causing the faces of the Water Spirit Temple's cultivators to turn ugly, but they couldn't say anything. This was because Ling Zhao had killed almost all of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple in front of them. Only the first hero had survived. They casually said that Ling Zhao was courting death, that Ling Zhao wasn't worthy of sitting on Phoenix Cry's Divergent Mountain. They humiliated and slandered Ling Zhao in every possible way. But in front of Ling Zhao, they kept retreating, completely confirming Ling Xiao's words of trash. If the Tian High Pearl could kill Ling Xiao with the help of the third and fifth heroes, even if it was a little shameless, it wouldn't have mattered. That way, they could still hold their heads high and trample Ling Xiao under their feet. But the problem was that even after using shameless sneak attacks, not only did they fail to kill Ling Xiao, they were all slaughtered by Ling Xiao. Not even their bones were left. Of the 7 heroes of Water God Temple, only the first hero was left. This was really humiliating to the extreme. Thinking back to a few days ago when they hadn't met Ling Xiao, they acted recklessly in the Divine Phoenix Empire. They were awe-inspiring, bullying the weak, how awe-inspiring, how insufferably arrogant. They didn't even put the Divine Phoenix Empire's imperial family in their eyes, and even insulted and ridiculed the Heavenly Empire. They even threatened to destroy the Heavenly Empire. But now that they met Ling Xiao, all their delusions and arrogance turned into humiliation and tragedy. Not only did their reputation hit rock bottom, they also lost 6 lives. For Water God Temple, the loss was really too great. Everyone's face was gloomy. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Let's go. The Dragon Crown Prince glanced at Ling Xiao. Staying with this person made him feel uncomfortable all over. Even if he stayed for a second longer, he felt that he would completely collapse. It was too embarrassing. For a person who cared about face, the series of things that happened here today were ruthlessly slaps on his face, making him unable to show his face. Tianhai Mo also glanced at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, you are indeed very strong. It can even be said that you are the role model of the younger generation in the Divine Phoenix continent. But it's best if you don't go to the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, not even your bones will be left. Who doesn't know how to threaten? You Water God Temple's martial artists only have this bit of virtue." Ling Xiao looked at Tianhai Mo contemptuously and said, "Listen, I will definitely go to the White Tiger continent, but I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the destruction of Water God Temple will be unavoidable." Arrogant, too arrogant. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. They had never heard of a martial artist from the Divine Phoenix continent who dared to threaten Water God Temple. This Ling Xiao was really unique. Chapter 1600. Ling Xiao actually said that if the Water Spirit Temple dared to provoke him again, he would destroy them. His words made everyone think that he was too arrogant. He was too powerful. However, there was always a reason for this person's arrogance. The words he had said before seemed to have become reality one by one. They didn't know if the Water Spirit Temple's life was tough or if Ling Xiao's was tough. Perhaps there would be a good show to watch in the future of the White Tiger continent. Tianhai Mo, the Dragon Prince, and the others turned and left. Feng Yinshan arranged for a steamed Dragon Phoenix and the cultivators of the Dragon Phoenix Mountain to rest in the Imperial City. They were preparing to return to the White Tiger continent tomorrow. As for the 2 divine envoys of the Tianhai Empire, they hurriedly took their leave, saying that they were in a hurry to report the matter of killing the Dragon Forest to their superiors. However, only they knew what they were planning. "Brother Brother Xiaocong, if you don't mind, why don't you return to the overgrown forest city with us? It's too dangerous for you to stay here." Mou and Zhu Xiaocong's injuries weren't serious. After all, they were only pushed back by Tianhai Mo and the Dragon Prince. After Ling Xiao gave them healing medicine, they were more or less healed. "No, we're in a hurry to go back. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island are in danger. If it weren't for the White Tiger meat selection, we wouldn't be here." The 2 rejected Ling Xiao's kindness. "Actually, the 2 of you don't know. I've already sent people to the Canopy Immortal Island and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. I guarantee that the 2 immortal islands will be fine." Ling Xiao smiled. After all, I sent Sister Moon Maiden and Senior Jiu Mo sword. Really? Mo Yu and Zhu Xiaocong were overjoyed. So, the two of you will return to the overgrown forest city with me first. After the matters here are over, I'll go with you to the two immortal islands to check out the situation. Ling Xiao smiled. Words can't express our gratitude. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and excitement in each other's eyes. Ling Xiao was really like the rumors said. A drop of water would be repaid with a spring. Then, everyone left together. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the two divine emissaries of the Tianhai Empire breathed a sigh of relief. When they saw Ling Xiao's character, they were really afraid that Ling Xiao would kill them to silence them. Lord Envoy, that Ling Xiao killed the people we brought with us. He even killed a deputy envoy. Are we just going to leave like this? The green-clothed vice emissary rejoiced, but at the same time, he was somewhat displeased. She felt that she had been insulted by Ling Xiao, but she did not dare to say anything. Don't worry, when have we ever suffered a loss? Since he dared to kill people from the Tianhai Empire. Then Ling Xiao will soon become the enemy of all the warriors in the Tianhai Empire. What the memorial says is none of our business. The red-clothed envoy sneered and said, as long as Ling Xiao sets foot on the White Tiger continent, he will definitely face the threat of death. Let this brat be rampant. We don't need to make a move, and we can make him beg for death. Ha ha ha, Lord Envoy is still the best. Are we going to leave the city now? The vice emissary asked. No hurry. Let's first meet up with the people from the Water Divine Hall. So many people from the Water Divine Hall died this time, and they were all elites. It's impossible for them to not bear a grudge against Ling Xiao. If we join forces with them to kill Ling Xiao, it will be easier. The red-clothed envoy replied. Then, the two of them passed through the dragon-slaying forest and chased after the Water Divine Hall team. After a moment, the two of them suddenly stopped. Do you feel like we're being followed? The red-clothed envoy's face was ashen, and his forehead was already covered in cold sweat. It can't be, Lord Envoy. That Ling Xiao has already returned to the Forest Ocean City with his people. It's impossible for him to come and deal with us. Aren't you overthinking it? The vice emissary's cultivation was inferior to the red-clothed envoy, so he did not feel anything strange. However, the red-clothed envoy's face was still ugly. He keenly felt that they were being watched by something, but when he released his soul force to search, he found nothing. Let's go. Let's not look for the people from the Water Divine Hall. Let's go directly to the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. The red-clothed envoy suddenly changed his mind. Although he did not find any trace of anyone, he still felt that something was following them. In order to ensure their safety, choosing to seek refuge in the Imperial Palace was clearly the best choice. Yes, the vice emissary in green nodded when he heard this. Then, the two of them soared into the sky and increased their speed, like two large birds soaring in the sky. However, no matter how fast they increased their speed, the red-clothed envoy still felt a chill on his back. It was obvious that something was watching them. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Seeing that they had already left the dragon-slaying forest and were on the streets, the red-clothed envoy gradually calmed down. The person following them should not dare to casually make a move on the streets because there were soldiers patrolling everywhere. Come over here. The red-clothed envoy ordered the Divine Phoenix Empire's city patrol to his side. The city patrol was very obedient because they recognized the divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire. Back when the divine envoy had humiliated the innocent women in the imperial capital, they did not stop him. Instead, they stood guard for him. Later, when that woman committed suicide, they were also the ones who helped dispose of her corpse. In the eyes of these Divine Phoenix Empire's city patrol, The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire was an immortal-like existence that they absolutely could not disobey. For these people, they could even abandon their conscience. There were even people who gave their underage daughters to the divine envoy for entertainment. Not only did they not feel ashamed or sad, they even excitedly thought about when they would be promoted and rich. What orders does the divine envoy have? The captain of the city patrol, the one who gave his daughter to the divine envoy, asked respectfully, "Someone is trying to murder this envoy. Find him." The red-clothed envoy ordered. "Understood. Everyone listen up. Start searching every corner and find out who dares to disrespect the divine envoy." The captain of the city patrol was really like a dog. When someone else said something, he immediately picked up a bone and gave an order. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with what he was doing or that it would affect the normal lives of the commoners. What a good dog! An icy voice floated out from the darkness. It was actually a pitch-black shadow with only a pair of purple eyes. A specter. The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the strange thing in front of him. This sort of undead should not have appeared in the divine Phoenix continent. It should only appear in the Hell continent. No. Why did that voice sound like Ling Xiao's? The red-clothed envoy stared in shock at the specter-like monster, not knowing why he would think this. "You are that Ling Xiao?" The red-clothed envoy asked. The specter naturally did not answer him, but the red-clothed envoy's guess was correct. This specter was indeed under Ling Xiao's control. It came from the divine tomb. Like the skeleton general, it was an undead from another dimension. The difference was that the skeleton general possessed powerful combat strength, while this specter had no combat strength at all. It was used to follow and spy for information. Chapter 16:01. Although specters didn't have any battle strength, they could enter any object and wouldn't be hurt by anything. Only soul power could destroy them or discover them. However, one had to be stronger than Ling Xiao in order to achieve this. Ling Xiao used his source spirit to control specters to follow the red-clothed envoy. If he didn't see the city patrol captain, he wouldn't be willing to show himself. If he didn't show himself, no one could discover him. Even if you don't answer, "I know it's you." You traitors actually dared to chase after the Heavenly Sea Empire's sacred envoy. Do you not want to live anymore? The red-clothed envoy questioned. Ling Xiao still didn't say anything, but his eyes looked at the city patrol captain. Although specters didn't have any physical attacks, they could still use soul attacks. Selling your daughter for glory, you deserve to die. A strong soul power suddenly entered the city patrol captain's soul realm. That guy's soul realm seemed to explode in an instant. With a pitiful cry, he knelt on the ground and stopped moving. When the red-clothed envoy saw this scene, he was shocked, although he didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to make a move here. Facing this kind of lunatic, he didn't dare to treat his life as a joke. Turning around, he fled in the direction of the palace with the green-clothed vice envoy. The specter once again entered the darkness and continued to follow the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice envoy. That's right, Ling Xiao planned to kill these two fellows. But he wanted to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Killing these 2 people was only one of them. Splashing dirty water on the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the second. After all, if a sacred envoy died in the palace, even if it wasn't done by the royal family, it would still be hard to escape the blame. So the royal family definitely wouldn't dare to leak this matter out. They would think of a way to help Ling Xiao hide it. Intimidating the divine Phoenix Empire's royal family was the third. Phoenix Cry Chi-shan went a bit too far. They clearly knew that Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and Canopy Immortal Island were related to him, yet they still sent troops to attack. Since it was like this, if he didn't do anything, then he would be letting down Ling Zhao's overbearing and arrogant personality. After the specter followed them, for a while, Ling Xiao appeared beside it. At this time, Ling Xiao had already sent the others back to Forest Ocean City, and then rushed over again. He kept the specter back into the divine tomb, and personally followed the red-clothed envoy and green-clothed vice envoy. After a while, the red-clothed envoy suddenly looked back. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but when he looked, he was shocked. He really didn't know when Ling Xiao had appeared, and when he had replaced the Black Spirit. This fellow was simply like a ghost. Not only was his speed extremely fast, but he was also completely silent. "What do you want?" the red-clothed envoy's T asked as he's asked. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just floated in the air, the black wings on his back flapping gently. It was as if he didn't exist in this space. "T, I don't believe that you would dare to make a move in Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace." Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't utter a word and wasn't willing to leave, the red-clothed envoy steeled his heart and turned around to continue speeding towards the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao's goal was to chase him into the Imperial City. If he didn't go, Ling Xiao would have used some other methods. Since he was so obedient now, Ling Xiao could be a little less worried. While flying, the red-clothed envoy turned back to look at Ling Xiao more than once. Ling Xiao's ghost-like figure that followed behind him gave him a lot of psychological pressure. Am I the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire, going to die in the hands of an insignificant nobody? It's really unbearable to meet such a lunatic. He had never seen a guy like Ling Xiao. Not only was his personality crazy, but his strength was also very terrifying. He originally thought that with his second level of yin-yang realm cultivation, he could already crush most of the martial practitioners in the Divine Phoenix continent. That was why he was so impudent after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Together with those martial practitioners from the Water Divine Hall, he did a lot of arrogant and stupid things. But there was no danger. There wasn't even any resistance. Oh, speaking of resistance, there was a little boy around 7 or 8 years old who pointed a slingshot at him and said that he wanted to avenge his mother. Thinking of this, the red-clothed envoy found it funny. An ant dared to resist, so he turned that little boy into a pair of pieces. To him, all living things in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent were just ants. He came from the Tianhai Empire of the White Tiger continent and was a sacred envoy. But it was this kind of thinking that was completely destroyed in less than half an hour. The appearance of this lunatic Ling Xiao simply drove him crazy. Finally, they arrived at the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Palace. The red-clothed envoy's face revealed a happy smile. He increased his speed and rushed into the Imperial Palace with the green-clothed envoy. When the Imperial guards saw the two of them, they didn't have any intention of stopping them and allowed them to enter. In the Imperial Palace, many martial practitioners of the Imperial family were cultivating, including Feng Yinshan, Feng Minglian, and others. When they saw the two sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire appear in the Imperial Palace in a sorry state, they all rushed out. They really wanted to see who actually dared to chase after the sacred envoys. The Imperial guards were very angry. This was the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the two sacred envoys were honored guests of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Now, they were actually being chased after. If the Tianhai Empire found out, they would all die. Their gazes looked at the same time in the distance. There was a figure there, clothes as white as snow, black hair dancing wildly. On the young and even somewhat immature face, there was a bit of evil mockery and an extremely domineering expression. It's him. It's Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. How dare he chase after the sacred envoys of the Tianhai Empire. The current Ling Xiao was known by almost everyone in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. The battle in the dragon-slaying forest was broadcast live on both continents, so almost everyone recognized this frivolous youth. The red-clothed envoy looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said, "Kid, this is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. What can you do to us now?" "That's right, damn traitor. When we return to the Tianhai Empire, we will definitely report to His Majesty the Emperor. We will tear you into pieces, burn your bones, and scatter your ashes. We will also slaughter your entire Tianhai Empire." The green-clothed envoy's expression was somewhat sinister. It had been a long time since he was chased into such a sorry state. The key was that this was the Divine Phoenix continent, a continent that they had once looked down on. Ling Xiao did not even look at the two sacred envoys. Instead, he looked at Feng Minglian in the crowd and said, "Lian, come with me. Today, no one here will dare to stop you from leaving." Previously, Ling Xiao did not come to the imperial palace to forcefully take Feng Minglian away, because he thought that his cultivation was not enough. He would be at a disadvantage against Feng Mingxiao. But it was different now. He had become an yin-yang realm martial artist and did not fear Feng Mingxiao at all. In the entire imperial family of the Divine Phoenix Empire, other than Feng Minxin and Feng Yinshan, no one could be his enemy. Chapter 1602. Okay. Feng Minglian had been waiting for Ling Xiao to pick her up. She didn't take the initiative to leave because she didn't want to cause trouble for Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao was here and took the initiative to pick her up, it meant that Ling Xiao had the ability to do so. She didn't have to hesitate. With a smile, Feng Minglian flew to Ling Xiao's side. "Miss, you can't leave." At this moment, a tall figure blocked Feng Minglian's path. He was a rare second-level yin-yang realm martial artist from the Ice Phoenix tribe. Feng Mingxiao had entrusted him with the important task of guarding Feng Minglian and not allowing her to step out of the palace. He put Feng Minglian under house arrest like a prisoner. "Get out of my way." Feng Minglian looked at the martial artist in front of her and frowned. Her cultivation had reached the yin-yang realm earlier than Ling Xiao. After reaching the first level of the yin-yang realm, her accumulation over the past decade had been completely used up. However, her aptitude wasn't bad. On the contrary, it was very good. Although her cultivation speed couldn't be faster than Ling Xiao's, it was still faster than most people. She could fight this martial artist in front of her, so she wasn't afraid of him at all. "I'm sorry, Mississippi. That's impossible." That person shook his head and was very determined. "Get lost." Feng Minglian still wanted to say something, but suddenly a muffled, thunderous sound exploded. Then the cultivator who blocked Feng Minglian was directly sent flying, crashing heavily into the building of the imperial palace. Of course, he didn't die. Ling Xiao didn't kill him. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who killed indiscriminately. This person didn't deserve to die. Feng Minglian glanced at that person and then flew to Ling Xiao's side like a happy magpie. Ling Xiao patted Feng Minglian's head and smiled. "Follow me in the future. The White Tiger continent is a gathering place. It's more suitable for our cultivation." "Okay." Feng Minglian nodded obediently. Then Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. "What do you want? Do you dare to attack me in the palace?" After seeing Ling Xiao defeat the martial artist who blocked Feng Minglian in an instant, the red-clothed envoy didn't have much confidence. He felt that Ling Xiao was a lunatic and would dare to attack him in the palace. Ling Xiao looked at him with disdain. "Ha! The Tianhai Empire's Saint Envoy. your eyes is up your head. Back then, when you were harming the citizens of the divine Phoenix continent, you were so awe-inspiring. What about now? Are you afraid that I will kill you? At this moment, many warriors and commoners were watching from the periphery of the imperial city. That was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted to say to win the hearts of the people. He wanted to tell these people that what Feng Ming Qishan could not do, Ling Xiao could do. Ling Xiao's piercing voice caused the two holy emissaries of the Tianhai Empire to turn red with shame. Yes, when they bullied the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, they were arrogant and insufferably arrogant. Now, facing the powerful Ling Xiao, they didn't even have the courage to resist. They only dared to escape. The faces of the martial artists in the imperial city were ugly, but the people outside the imperial city were cheering. They didn't know what had happened, but now they all understood. It turned out that Ling Xiao had come to avenge them. Kill those two bastards. Kill those two arrogant fellows. Cui Cui was killed by them. And little Gooden, he's only 7 years old. These two fellows are beasts. Although Ling Xiao was the heavenly emperor of the heavenly empire, in the eyes of the people of the Divine Phoenix Empire, he had always been a heroic and legendary figure. Since the day he defeated the Black Crow Empire's army in northern Desert City, it had been like this. A bunch of ants, lowly commoners. What's there to say about killing them? The green-clothed envoy roared. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was so angry. It was just killing a few lowly commoners. In the eyes of this kind of person, the lives of lowly commoners were worthless. They took it for granted, just like a person stepping on an ant. They didn't feel any guilt at all. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He raised his right hand, and a shadow all flew through the air. It passed through the gaps between dozens of people and instantly pierced the green-clothed envoy's throat. To you, they may be ants, but to me, they are my future people. Ling Xiao had once made a great wish to unify the mystic world and establish a true heavenly empire. Then, under this great wish, all the people could be said to be his people. He had the responsibility to save them. Of course, in return, these people had to work hard for his cause. It was that simple. Ling Xiao, you're too arrogant. This is the imperial palace of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Don't be too arrogant. Seeing that the green-clothed envoy was killed, some practitioners in the imperial city were unhappy. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. He seemed to be one of the commanders of the imperial city's imperial guards. His cultivation wasn't bad. He also had the strength of a half-step yin-yang realm. But in the eyes of the current Ling Xiao, this bit of strength was nothing. I'm arrogant? Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Back then, it was Feng Ming Wuliang who controlled the Northern Desert Army from behind the scenes, and he was also labeled as a traitor. If there wasn't a Moon Maiden back then, he would have died at the hands of Timur Mutu. He wouldn't be here today. Back then, did these people from the imperial family even care about his existence? Did they care about the existence of hundreds of thousands of soldiers? Wasn't Feng Ming Wuliang back then even more arrogant than now? The imperial family back then was probably the same as the sacred envoys today. They simply treated him like ants that could be killed at any time. That's right. I'm arrogant and arrogant. You're not convinced? Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to these people. He looked mockingly at the Imperial Guard commander and smiled. The Imperial Guard commander wanted to curse Ling Xiao, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't speak. Ling Xiao could even easily kill a deputy envoy at the first level of Yin-Yang realm. What was he to him? Not convinced. Even if he wasn't convinced, he had to hold it in. He turned his head to look at Feng Yinshan and said respectfully, "Crown Prince Yinshan, His Majesty the Emperor isn't here. You have to protect the imperial family's glory. Your strength isn't inferior to Ling Zhao's. This person has already committed a capital crime. Why don't you kill him?" His words had actually violated a great taboo. People like Feng Yinshan hated it when others used him the most. He could tolerate Feng Mingqishan, but he couldn't tolerate Feng Mingqishan's dog. The imperial family's glory? Feng Yinshan sneered and said, "From the day Feng Mingqishan ignored the election and proclaimed himself the emperor, the imperial family's glory has become a joke." He wasn't stupid. He wouldn't become enemies with Ling Xiao for Feng Mingqishan. This was a politician. The lives of others weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. He only cared about his own interests. Chapter 1603. Even if Ling Xiao massacred the imperial city today, as long as he did not kill Feng Yinshan's relatives, he would not make a move. Moreover, even he might not be able to defeat Ling Xiao today. Ling Zhao's growth was too fast, so fast that he did not have time to prepare. Feng Yinshan's words caused the Imperial Guard commander's expression to become unsightly. Feng Yinshan had disregarded the rules of the ancestors and seized the position of emperor. This was something everyone knew. Feng Yinshan's reason did not seem to have any problems. However, he felt that this was not the only reason. Perhaps even the crown prince of the Hidden Mountains feared Ling Xiao. His guess was not wrong. Feng Yinshan was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Although he was not afraid, he could not fight to the death with Ling Xiao here, because there was no benefit. If things went wrong, both sides would suffer. Suppression, panic, the atmosphere in the air seemed to have frozen. In the imperial city, there were at least thousands of people staring at Ling Xiao, but no one dared to say anything. Ling Xiao had charged into the imperial city alone, but no one had the strength to stop him. This cowardly feeling made them so nervous that they wanted to vomit blood. Ling Xiao glanced at these people with contempt. They had been pampered and had long forgotten what battle was. If they were in the army, even if they were facing an expert, they would not be so cowardly. He looked at the Imperial Guard commander and hooked his finger. "You want to kill me? Do it. I'll give you a chance. 3 moves. After 3 moves, as long as you can touch the corner of my clothes, I'll let you go." Ling Xiao looked at that person with contempt and provoked him with a mocking tone. He would not let go of anyone who wanted to kill him. However, before this Imperial Guard commander died, he could still make some contributions. At the very least, he could let the people outside the city see how powerful he was. Moreover, those who offended him would definitely not have a good ending. That person was stunned. Then, he gritted his teeth and pounced at Ling Xiao. He had no choice, because if he did not make a move, Ling Xiao would still kill him. If he made a move, he might still have a chance. He felt that he should be able to touch the corner of the other party's clothes. However, in the blink of an eye, 3 moves had already passed. Not to mention touching the corner of Ling Zhao's clothes. He was simply like a drunkard, battered, and exhausted. It was as if he could never find a target. "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You can die now." By the time Ling Zhao's voice rang out, he had already reached the Imperial Guard commander's side and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Cold and emotionless, seeing the commander of the Imperial Army being restrained by Ling Xiao, the Imperial Army soldiers subconsciously released their internal energy in an attempt to rescue him. As expected, soldiers still had some guts. Although they were also used to living like princes, they were still much better than most of the martial artists in the royal family. "Don't blame me for not warning you. I won't show mercy to anyone who attacks me." Ling Xiao held the Imperial Army commander in his hand, but his eyes were looking at the several thousand Imperial Army soldiers below and indifferently smiled. "Don't be afraid of him. He's just one person. Let's kill him together. At this moment, several Yin-Yang realm martial artists suddenly appeared in the Imperial City. They all had the mark of the Ice Phoenix clan on their bodies. Clearly, they were the guardians that Feng Ming-Qishan had left in the Imperial City. Perhaps Feng Ming-Qishan had long expected that Feng Yinshan wouldn't sincerely serve him, so he made such preparations. There were a total of 6 people, and their cultivation levels were all at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. If it was Ling Xiao during the Dragon Phoenix selection, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat such a lineup. However, Feng Ming-Qishan was still one step behind. He probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation level had already reached the Yin-Yang realm. Good timing. Ling Xiao came to the Imperial City to show off his strength to Feng Ming-Qishan. If he didn't make Feng Ming-Qishan feel heartache, there was no point in him coming this time. When he saw the 6 people appear, not only was he not nervous at all, but he was also excited. Heavenly Demon Transformation. In an instant, Ling Xiao entered the Heavenly Demon Transformation state. The Imperial Guard commander in his hand was instantly corroded by the Black Death energy and turned into nourishment for the Heavenly Demon. Even his corpse couldn't be seen. Kill. Without waiting for the other party to attack, Ling Xiao directly charged into the Imperial City. Thousands of martial artists actually dodged, not daring to attack Ling Xiao. The Black Heavenly Demon landed in the crowd, and its huge palm fiercely slammed toward the 6-second level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Feng Yinshan sighed, helplessly. It's over. It's all over. A dragon cub has finally grown into a divine dragon. No one could stop him anymore. At least in the divine Phoenix continent, it was no longer possible. Boom. Black energy exploded in the Imperial City. 6 martial artists at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm were killed by Ling Xiao almost at the same time, without being able to put up any resistance. They howled miserably in the black energy. However, it was to no avail. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance and looked at the red-clothed envoy of the Tianhai Empire. You've lived for too long. You can die now. He didn't forget his purpose for coming here. The red-clothed envoy shouted in horror. Feng Yinshan, why aren't you saving me? Unfortunately, Feng Yinshan didn't even look at him. In his despair, Ling Xiao's palm pressed against his forehead, and he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Too terrifying. That was too cruel. This was Ling Xiao, the celestial emperor of the Tianhai Empire. He had great strength and was fearless. Whoever offended him, he would kill. He would not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. That's all for today. Ling Xiao wiped his hands and said loudly, I'll give you 2 hours to consider. Submit to the Tianhai Empire and join the Tianhai Empire, and everything will be over. Otherwise, in 2 hours, the army will press down, and the Divine Phoenix Empire will cease to exist. The soldiers and martial artists who refuse to surrender will suffer the same fate as them. Ling Xiao, aren't you going a little too far? Feng Yinshan finally frowned. Too far? I say, Crown Prince Yinshan, ever since your imperial family targeted me and tried to kill me, we've had a grudge against each other. Could it be that you're only allowed to kill me, but I'm not allowed to deal with you? Is there such a logic in this world? Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered. Feng Yinshan, I didn't kill you because I wasn't completely confident. Secondly, you and I were once allies. Moreover, you've never done anything too excessive to me. But today, if you insist on stopping me, then we can only meet in battle. Can I take the Fire Phoenix tribe and leave? Feng Yinshan asked after a moment of thought. Of course. Ling Xiao wasn't magnanimous, but if Feng Yinshan stopped him, it would be even more troublesome to take down the imperial capital. If Feng Yinshan wanted to leave, he would be happy. Of course, if Feng Yinshan insisted on being his enemy, he wouldn't mind directly exterminating the Fire Phoenix tribe. Thank you to Feng Yinshan, he had completely failed in the Battle of the Divine Phoenix Continent. Chapter 1604. Although Feng Yinshan had not lost to Feng Mingqishan, he had completely lost to Ling Xiao. Now that the Heavenly Empire was powerful, he knew that it was impossible for him to turn the tide. The only choice was to leave this place and head to the White Tiger continent. He looked at the string of sandalwood beads in his hand. He had obtained this thing a long time ago. He had thought that he would never be able to use this thing. He didn't expect that it would come in handy now. People of the Fire Phoenix tribe, listen up. Those who are willing to follow me, go back and pack your things now. It will take at most an hour. Feng Yinshan took a deep breath. His defeat this time did not mean that he would lose forever. Perhaps he would come back in the future. Other than the Fire Phoenix tribe, the other martial artists who belong to the Divine Phoenix Imperial family will die unless they surrender. There is no third choice. Ling Xiao could let Feng Yinshan leave because he did not want to face two powerful enemies, Feng Yinshan and Feng Mingqishan, at the same time. He could not see through Feng Yinshan's cultivation. Moreover, this guy seemed to have other forces supporting him. It was just that on the Divine Phoenix continent, the force behind him could not fully display its strength. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not want to be enemies with this guy. Unless there was no other choice, it was not a good idea to meet on the battlefield. Ling Xiao could let him leave. In terms of growth, he believed that he would not be inferior to Feng Yinshan. So what if Feng Yinshan went out and started a new life? He would only grow faster than Feng Yinshan. As for the others, they could forget about leaving. He was not that kind. Feng Yinshan left. Ling Xiao did not leave. He sat on the seat that should have belonged to Feng Mingqishan. He closed his eyes and seemed to be resting. Feng Minglian had already left for Linhai City. Outside, the army of the Heavenly Empire had already arrived. This army was strange. Not only were there humans, but there were also the Sea Clan, the Divine Phoenix Clan, and the Black Crow Clan. It was simply a mixed army. However, the soldiers were loyal and united. This was a very rare sight. In the current mystic world, only Ling Xiao could gather these people and unify them. They didn't make a move because they were waiting for Ling Xiao's orders. At the same time, they were also resting. The army had fought their way here from overgrown Forest City, and they were a little tired. Ling Xiao's 2-hour limit was actually to give these martial artists some time to rest. Otherwise, they would have already started fighting. During this period of time, several armies of the Divine Phoenix Empire successively joined the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Just like in the past, these soldiers who had defected at the last minute were often used as the vanguard because they could not be completely trusted. Place it between the two armies. Moreover, the order had been disrupted and the general leading the army had been replaced. If these people sincerely fight, then they can obtain the support of the Heavenly Empire's army. If they were only pretending to surrender, then all of them would be killed in an instant. This had always been the Celestial Empire's strategy towards the surrender troops. As long as you can display Middle City and combat strength, then you can be treated equally. Otherwise, it would be a different story. Ling Xiao was still resting there, as if he had forgotten everything that was happening outside. In the Imperial Palace, those soldiers who were guarding the monarch all had ugly expressions. Ling Xiao was actually sitting on their monarch's throne in such a grandiose manner, not taking them seriously at all. To the experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, simply treating them as nothing. Ling Xiao did not kill them, but tormented their hearts like this. They did not want to surrender because they were the most loyal guards of Phoenix, Cry Chishan. But they did not dare to attack Ling Xiao because they believed that they did not have that kind of strength. The result of making a move was very likely to be all killed. Ling Xiao did not kill them to display his benevolence and magnanimity to the people. It was not that he did not dare to kill them, nor was it that he sympathized with them. And the time for this display was only 2 hours. After that, they would still die. The sky was already dark. Ling Xiao was still sitting on that throne, with his eyes closed. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly opened, his gaze ice cold, and a cold smile appeared on his face. The guards were shocked, thinking that their time of death had arrived. But when they looked at the huge clock on the throne, they realized that there was still an hour left. Just as they were shocked, a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the hall. They actually did not notice the appearance of these people at all. They were like ghosts, mysterious and powerful. They were all Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Of the 20 people, 10 were at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm, 8 were at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm, and the remaining 2 were at the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. What faction actually had such a powerful lineup of martial artists? And the weapons in these people's hands were very strange. They were not sabers or swords. They were all ring-shaped objects with sharp blades around them. Flying guillotine? This name appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. It was the knowledge that came from the memories of the other world. These people's weapons were very similar to the flying guillotine, but there were some differences, because the weapons in their hands were all engraved with special inscriptions, and they were all common grade spirit artifacts. In his memory, he had never seen such weapons in the mystic world. As for these people's identities, he could not guess. He could only feel that the aura coming from each of them was so cold, austere, and indifferent. It was as if they did not care about their lives. 20 Yin-Yang realm experts. That's really a lot. Ling Xiao raised his eyelids and sneered. Although he did not know who the mastermind behind these people was, to be able to mobilize so many Yin-Yang realm experts to deal with him, it was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, this mastermind must really think highly of him, and might even know him very well. They must know that ordinary people could not deal with him, so they sent this group to deal with him. Dark God Hall? Water God Hall? Righteous Alliance? Or the Patriarch Assembly? In Ling Xiao's impression, other than these few forces, no one else would be able to send out such a powerful team to assassinate him. Although he knew that the other party would not answer, he still asked, hoping to see some clues from the other party's eyes. But he was disappointed. These 20 people had obviously gone through strict and systematic training before they were able to do so. Each one of them had an extremely strong mental fortitude. Ling Xiao's Taiji, I could not see what they were thinking. Interesting. It was as if Ling Xiao had discovered a very interesting toy. An excited smile appeared on his face. If the opponent was too weak, it would not be fun. What he wanted was a strong opponent like this, one that could stimulate his potential to erupt. It doesn't matter who sent you. What's important is that you've gone too far, so you can die. A cold voice came from one of the assassins. Chapter 16:05. As the assassin's cold voice rang out, the air in the entire hall seemed to have turned eerie and cold. It was as if they had been submerged in a cold lake. The 20 ancient martial art practitioners and 20 flying guillotines flew towards Ling Xiao at the same time. The blood-red glow appeared even more eerie and terrifying under the faint moonlight. The piercing sound caused the guards in the court hall to cover their ears. The attack this time was almost omnidirectional. All angles were sealed off. Ling Xiao had no room to escape. No matter how fast he was, there had to be space for him to dodge. These people obviously knew of his terrifying speed, so they did not give him any chance to escape. These were truly terrifying assassins. They were even more outstanding than the assassins from the Dark God Palace. They cooperated well, attacked decisively, and did not waste time. If it were anyone else, they would find this sudden attack very troublesome. Unfortunately, they were facing Ling Xiao. When the flying guillotines were less than a meter away from Ling Xiao, a terrifying flame and blinding light suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. The 20 assassins seemed to have lost their vision at that moment. Everything in front of them was white, and they could not see anything. When they opened their eyes, they saw a monster wrapped in white bones sitting on the throne. His body was slightly larger than a human's, and his cold eyes revealed a chilling, murderous intent. At this moment, he was holding 2 heads in his claw-like hands. They were actually the 2 strongest assassins. Almost all the flying guillotines lost contact. In an instant, they were melted into molten iron by the terrifying black flames and dripped onto the ground. Oh no, something's wrong with this guy. Retreat. After their attack failed, the assassins also noticed Ling Xiao's abnormality. The power of Hell Physique was too terrifying. With the increase in his strength, Ling Xiao faced a level 3 Yin-Yang realm ancient martial art practitioner as easily as facing a child. The assassins turned around and attempted to leave. However, at this moment, all the doors and windows in the hall closed, emitting a sound that made one's heart tremble. The assassins attempted to break open the door and window, but they realized that the window and door were wrapped by something that looked like white bones. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't budge. Since you're already here, why leave? Ling Xiao casually tossed the enemy's head to the ground and said with a mocking and cruel tone, "Monster!" The expressions of the assassins were extremely ugly. They knew that they would not be able to escape today. Therefore, everyone took out a dagger and reformed their battle formation, looking at Ling Xiao warily. "Hee, not bad. Although I don't know who trained you assassins, you're really not bad. You're able to face the death of 2 Yin-Yang realm 3rd level assassins calmly. You didn't cry for your parents or surrender. Not bad at all." Ling Xiao smiled, but he was even more confused in his heart. Who was it that could actually cultivate such a death warrior? If it were anyone else, they would have already knelt down and begged for mercy after witnessing the scene just now. However, the remaining 18 people were different. They didn't beg for mercy, and they actually wanted to continue fighting. "I'll give you a chance to kill me. However, you only have 3 minutes. Once the time is up, it'll be my turn." Ling Xiao wanted to find some clues from the battle, which was why he said such words. "Go." The assassins didn't hold back. Since there was no way to escape, they might as well fight to the death. The 18 people charged at Ling Xiao in a very rhythmic and orderly manner. When they were less than 3 meters away from Ling Xiao, they suddenly threw out a strange pellet at the same time. There was no explosion, only smoke and dust that filled the hall. Poisonous fog. No, this fog isn't poisonous. Ling Xiao stood there and muttered to himself, although it isn't poisonous, it can block soul power and 5 senses. It's really powerful. In such a dangerous situation, he actually smiled. Moreover, he was smiling very happily. Suddenly, a cold-killing intent attacked him from behind. Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he easily dodged it. However, in the direction where he dodged, another cold light seemed to have been waiting for him, as if it had been prepared for a long time. Interesting, really interesting. Ling Xiao reached out and punched. The fist and the blade collided, and there was a shocking explosion. Then there was a grunt. Ling Xiao attempted to give chase, only to discover that from behind and behind him, several cold rays of light were once again attacking him. Too interesting you can actually cooperate so well. It seems like you all have suffered a lot for training. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled. He gave up on chasing the enemy in front of him and turned around to attack the left. In such a situation, passively defending was the most dangerous thing. Only by attacking could one resolve the crisis. He promised to give them 3 minutes, but he didn't say that he wouldn't attack. Facing these Yin-Yang realm assassins, unless there was something wrong with their heads, they wouldn't set such a trap for themselves. Boom! The explosive fist aura forced the assassin in front of him back, but he couldn't use his full strength. This was because the moment he attacked, the other assassins would attack from different angles, making it impossible for him to concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of him. I have never seen such a fighting style before. It seems like these people aren't from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao pondered as he fought. However, he still couldn't determine the identity of the enemy. Although the other party's fighting style was very unique, he had never seen it before, so he couldn't deduce anything. Even a Yuan venerate couldn't help him with this. Forget it. Since I can't deduce anything, I'll just kill them. Ling Xiao didn't intend to play anymore. It was time to end this boring assassination game. 3 minutes have passed. You all have already lost your chance. As Ling Xiao's voice was heard, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body. This killing intent was like a gust of wind, blowing away the fog that filled the court hall. It also blew away all the 18 assassins. Ling Xiao once again sat on the throne of Phoenix, Cry Chi Mountain. He used his hand to support his cold chin and said indifferently, "I'll give you all a chance. Whoever reveals the mastermind behind this can leave this place alive." Not going to speak. Then I'll kill you all one by one. Let's see if you can hold on. Ling Xiao grinned maliciously before pointing at the guard captain, who was already trembling in fear. "You do it. Me. If you don't do it, you'll die?" Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was cold and emotionless. The guard captain gritted his teeth, raised the steel blade in his hand, and walked over to an assassin. He had to do this. After all, he had seen how powerful and terrifying Ling Xiao was. Chapter 16:06. The guard commander had no choice but to obey Ling Xiao's orders. This was because he had personally witnessed how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was able to easily deal with 20 Yin-Yang realm assassins. And what exactly was that terrifying white bone armor? Ling Xiao wasn't human. He was a monster. Although he didn't know the answers to these questions, there was one thing he understood. That was because Ling Xiao was too strong. He was definitely not someone they could fight against. He still had a family to feed, so how could he die here and serve Phoenix Cry Chishan? In any case, Phoenix Cry Chishan had never shown him any kindness, so he didn't feel too guilty. Crack! An icy voice rang out as an assassin's head fell to the ground. "Next, speak of the mastermind behind all of you." Ling Xiao's voice was still indifferent and emotionless. The 18 assassins had all been killed. Not a single one of them was willing to say a single word before dying. Ling Xiao had even used the 3-leaf demonic eye to try and control their minds, but the mastermind had clearly thought of this. The moment the 3-leaf demonic eye opened, the assassins all died with inexplicable screams. Even their souls were obliterated, leaving behind not a single wisp of consciousness. Even though he had killed the assassins, Ling Xiao didn't relax in the slightest. This opponent was too terrifying. This person understood him extremely well and had such a powerful faction. Just who was he? He clearly knew that his cultivation was so powerful that he didn't even place the 7 heroes of Water God Hall in his eyes. He clearly knew that he had the help of the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword, 2 peak experts, and he still dared to target him. This meant that his opponent wasn't afraid of the Moon Lady or the Wine Demon Sword. It seems like it really is a faction from the White Tiger continent. Could it be Water God Hall or the Tianhai Empire? Guesses were just guesses. Ling Xiao wouldn't waste time on pointless guesses. He shook his head and then stood up, looking at the pitch-black night sky outside. Perhaps he would have to be even more cautious when heading to the White Tiger continent in the future. There's still 1 hour. Ling Xiao looked at the huge wall clock behind him and dropped the unnecessary speculation in his heart. As for the matters of the White Tiger continent, they would talk about it after they reached the White Tiger continent. He wouldn't stop just because he was afraid. Right now, it was best to settle the matter of the Divine Phoenix continent first. From this night onwards, the Divine Phoenix Empire would no longer exist on the Divine Phoenix continent, only the Celestial Empire. While Ling Xiao was waiting for the troops to be dispatched, 2 crucial battles were also taking place on the 5 Immortals Island tens of thousands of miles away. On Tianpeng Immortal Island, Island Lord Zhu Wen and Feng Mingxiao were engaged in a fierce battle. On the other hand, Canopy Immortal Island's martial practitioners were valiantly resisting the Divine Phoenix Empire's army. Although they were severely outnumbered, the 5 Immortals Island was still the 5 Immortals Island. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. It would not be so easy to swallow Tianpeng Immortal Island. This was a miserable battle. He had originally thought that Tianpeng Immortal Island would suffer a crushing defeat in the end. Even though the Divine Phoenix Empire would have to pay a price for this, they would still be able to achieve victory. However, on the second day of the battle, there was an unforeseen event. In the sky, a bright moon suddenly illuminated the entire Immortal Island. Under that moonlight, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army suddenly collapsed. Death quickly spread. It's the Moon Maiden. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's reinforcements have arrived. An inspiring roar came from Tianpeng Immortal Island, even though there was only 1 reinforcements. However, to them, this was already enough. The bugle horn for a counterattack sounded. The side that was originally being killed became the side that was slaughtering. There was no sympathy or mercy to speak of on the battlefield. The battle lasted for a day and a night. The Divine Phoenix Empire's army of hundreds of thousands was almost completely annihilated. Only a few lucky ones survived. As for Feng Mingxiao, he was injured by Zhu Wen and fell into the stormy ocean, his whereabouts unknown. At the same time, on the other side, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, beside the Demon Liquor Sword, stood 2 people. One was Ji Mengmeng, and the other was her weak elder brother. Even though her elder brother had already recovered from his insanity, his body was still very weak. At this moment, on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, a tragic battle was going on. The joint army formed by the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island was crazily slaughtering the practitioners on the island. Ji Mengmeng nervously closed her eyes. She didn't dare to watch. Even though she hated that family that tried to kill her only relative and wanted to kill her. However, such a tragic scene still made her feel very uncomfortable. Young lady, open your eyes. This is the reality of the profound world. In this world, there is no sympathy or mercy. There is only strength. If your strength is not enough and your cultivation is not enough, then what you face is only contempt and slaughter. The Demon Liquor Sword said, indifferently, closing your eyes is just like burying your head in the sand like an ostrich. It won't change anything. Ji Mengmeng opened her eyes. Even though her body was still trembling, she persevered. She thought of what happened at the Blackwater Lake. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao at that time, she might have been killed long ago. No one would sympathize with her, including those so-called relatives of hers. None of them would come to save her. The massacre finally ended. The practitioners of the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island began to celebrate. However, they didn't expect that. This was just a little bit of joy before the end of the world. The pitch-black sword Chi in the sky suddenly slashed down. The prelude to the doomsday of the two immortal islands began. The first to be killed were the island masters of the Black Water Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island. These two were once insufferably arrogant existences. They had once treated Ling Xiao as an ant and tried to kill him. Under the pitch-black sword light of the demon liquor sword, they were not even worth mentioning. They had just experienced a tragic battle and were already very weak. In addition, their cultivation was far inferior to the demon liquor sword. After being killed, they didn't even have the slightest reaction. They were pitiful dogs of the Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. In the end, they ended up in such a miserable state. It had to be said that this was a huge tragedy. This time, the Black Water Immortal Island and the Permitha Immortal Island had sent out almost all of their practitioners. A portion of them died in the battle with the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. The rest all died under the Demon Liquor Sword's sword. After finishing the matter here, the Demon Liquor Sword headed to the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Moon Maiden was the same. They had agreed to meet Ling Xiao at the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island would be the place where the final battle between the Heavenly Dynasty Empire and the Divine Phoenix Empire would take place. It might not be a battle between two armies, but it was equally important. The Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was there. The Black and White Elders were also there. Almost all of the elites of the Divine Phoenix Empire were there. On the other side, the war in the Divine Phoenix Empire had already begun because a large number of troops had chosen to surrender, coupled with the support of the people for Ling Xiao, the Heavenly Emperor. It was simply too easy for the army to take over the Divine Phoenix Empire. They could only continue south, surrender, or attack. They began to completely conquer the Divine Phoenix Empire. Chapter 1607. While Ling Xiao was in the process of conquering the Divine Phoenix capital, the Phoenix Academy, which was known as the strongest academy in the Divine Phoenix Empire, was already empty. Other than the students who were incapable, the rest had escaped through special means. Ling Xiao could not do anything about this. The Righteous Alliance was in a similar situation. Almost all the higher-ups had disappeared. The Morality Court was also known as the last fortress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the gathering place of the strong. Ling Xiao wanted to see how powerful the Dean was, but he did not expect that the Dean had already escaped through a one-way transportation formation. Did they not dare to make an enemy out of him? Ling Xiao felt that this was not possible. No matter how strong Ling Xiao was, it would be troublesome for him to face a fourth-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Not to mention the Dean of the Morality Court. It was said that his cultivation was comparable to the Moon Lady and the demonic Liquor Sword. Thus, there was only one explanation. The laws of the mystic world in the Divine Phoenix continent were not conducive to their performance, so they went to the White Tiger continent. It's good that they left. It saves me a lot of trouble. Ling Xiao did not feel unhappy. Whether it was the Morality Court or the Phoenix Academy, they had a certain amount of strength to contend with him. If the other party really wanted to use force, although he could win, the losses would be too great. In this situation, although he could not eliminate them completely, at least it gave him more time to breathe and let him continue to become stronger. He believed that those enemies were waiting for him in the White Tiger continent. Did they think that he did not dare to go? If he wanted to step on the path of the strongest martial artist, the White Tiger continent was a place that he had to go. He looked at the sky in the distance and suddenly spread his wings. His body turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. After settling the matters in the imperial capital, the only thing left was the Eternal Joy Celestial Island. There, he would probably have to have a real battle with Phoenix Cry-Chishan. If he won, the divine Phoenix continent would naturally belong to him. And if he lost, then everything he had done before might turn to dust and come to an end. The Eternal Joy Celestial Island was the strongest force in the entire divine Phoenix continent. It was also the largest island. Its area could even be considered a small continent. Of course, the most important thing was that the Eternal Joy Celestial Island was on the main road to the White Tiger continent. If one wanted to go to the White Tiger continent, it was impossible to go around this island. This was because both sides of the sea were inhabited by terrifying storm sea beasts. The storm sea beast was huge and had terrifying strength. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm would not be able to defeat the terrifying storm sea beast. Not to mention, the storm sea beasts in the sea often travel in groups. If one really tried to cross the sea, only death would await them. Therefore, the immortal island of everlasting joy had always been a battleground for military strategists. This was the reason why Feng Ming-Chishan personally led the army to this place. Perhaps from Phoenix Cry-Chishan's point of view, controlling the everlasting music immortal island was even more important than controlling the divine Phoenix Empire. It was precisely because of this that he had neglected the defense of the divine Phoenix Empire's capital, allowing Ling Xiao to take advantage of the situation. But even so, if Ling Xiao was unable to take down Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, then the final victor would still be Phoenix Cry-Chi Mountain. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island had been artificially divided into two halves. On one side was the Divine Phoenix Coalition Army, led by Phoenix Cry-Chishan. On the other side were the cultivators of Last Joy Immortal Island, led by Last Joy Old Ancestor. The war had been going on for several days, and both sides had their victories and losses. The aqua blue tent was the color of Phoenix Cry-Chishan's military camp. Inside the main camp, Phoenix Cry-Chishan, elders black and white, and a group of generals were discussing the war. This bone is too hard to chew. If we had known earlier, we would have taken down the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island first. Then, we would have joined forces to deal with the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Elder Black said with a gloomy expression, "There's no point in talking about this now. I heard some rumors today about the Canopy Immortal Island and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. Did you guys hear it too?" Elder White frowned and asked, "What rumors?" Phoenix Cry-Chishan asked. These days, he had been thinking about how to defeat the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Although the bone was hard to chew, victory was already in sight. With the current offensive, the destruction of the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was only a matter of time. After the battle between the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and the Canopy Immortal Island ended, Feng Mingxiao to be inconsolable, and the people from the Blackwater Immortal Island would rush over. When the time came, they would join forces. What was there to worry about? He really didn't know what was going on outside. Elder White hesitated for a moment and said, "I heard that the Moon Maiden appeared at the Canopy Immortal Island and joined forces with Zhu when to defeat Feng Mingxiao's army. Moreover, they sent Feng Mingxiao into the stormy ocean, leaving no corpse behind. The Liquor Demon sword appeared at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island. When the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island was destroyed, and the Blackwater Immortal Island and the Opposite Shore Immortal Island were exhausted, it suddenly attacked and killed everyone from the Opposite Shore Immortal Island and the Blackwater Immortal Island. This news seems to have spread in the outside world. It's just that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is currently at war, so no one knows. However, I think this is just a rumor. That Ling Xiao should be busy attacking the Black Crow Empire. How could he be free? What can't that person do?" In the camp, the Thunderhawk Patriarch said with a livid expression. After being tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry-Chishan, he had no way out. However, the worry for the future still drove him crazy. Maybe the Black Crow Empire will be dealt with by him in 3 or 4 days. Don't talk nonsense. How is that possible? Senior Black frowned. If that's the case, it will affect the army's morale. I don't know if it will affect the army's morale, but I've heard some rumors here. I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but it might be related to Emperor Chishan's future. The one who spoke was the Vermilion Bird Patriarch. He was also tied to the war chariot by Phoenix Cry-Chishan. If he didn't obey, he would die. Therefore, he had no choice. What did you hear too? Say it. Phoenix Cry-Chishan's face was gloomy, but he was still able to keep his cool. Emperor Chishan, please don't be angry if I say it. Just treat it as a rumor. The Vermilion Bird Tribe matriarch sighed and said, I heard that just a day ago, Ling Xiao led an army to attack the divine Phoenix Empire's capital. Feng Yinshan led the Fire Phoenix tribe to escape, but we still don't know where exactly they went. However, the current imperial capital has already become a city of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire's army is still attacking and conquering the small countries you previously conquered. Perhaps Ling Xiao has already led the army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island to fight you to the death here. Vermilion Bird Patriarch, your joke is a bit too much. Just based on that Ling Xiao, he's only at the peak of the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. Without the help of the Moon Maiden and the demonic Liquor Sword, how could he touch the imperial capital? Although the Crown Prince's cultivation is inferior to Emperor Chishan's, he's definitely much stronger than Ling Xiao. Moreover, the sacred envoy of the Tianhai Empire is also in the imperial capital. Would Ling Xiao dare to do such a disgraceful thing in front of the sacred envoy? Senior Black couldn't believe the Vermilion Bird Patriarch's words. Chapter 1608. Elder Black, don't forget that person's name is Ling Xiao. Did you ever foresee any of the things he did? Could it be that you've forgotten so quickly that Ling Xiao killed the 5 Immortals Islands Alliance Master and Yuan Tianluan in the dragon-killing forest? It's not that I'm praising others and belittling myself, but this Ling Xiao definitely can't be treated with common sense. The rumors outside might not necessarily be rumors. Who knows? Ling Xiao might personally lead an army to Everlasting Joy Immortal Island and attack us from both sides with Ancestor Everlasting Joy. We'll have no way to survive. The Vermilion Bird Tribe's Patriarch said fearfully he believed that it was impossible for such rumors to appear for no reason. Since someone said so, then it was possible that such a thing had really happened. Sometimes, he even felt that he had made the wrong choice. If he had chosen to submit to Ling Xiao like the Great Rock Tribe and the Peacock Tribe, today's outcome might have been different. Ling Xiao, this person, had grown from an insignificant nobody to today, where even those big shots could not suppress him. The former overlords of the Divine Phoenix continent no longer had their former arrogance in front of Ling Xiao. Was this kind of person not worth following? Absolutely impossible. If Ling Xiao really dares to make a move against the Divine Phoenix Empire, the divine envoy of the Sky Sea Empire, and those experts of the Water God Hall will definitely not watch from the sidelines. Elder Black said angrily, "You think too highly of that kid. This old man really doesn't believe that he would dare to offend the divine envoy of the Sky Sea Empire." In the eyes of the older generation of experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Sky Sea Empire was an unshakable and unapproachable existence. It was the heavens, the earth, and their God. It was a supreme existence. They didn't even dare to say a word of disrespect. So how could they dare to offend it? Although Ling Xiao had made a name for himself now, he was at most a figure like them. Would he really dare to disrespect the Sky Sea Empire? With Elder Black's way of thinking, it was impossible for him to understand. That guy is a lunatic, don't you think so? Not to mention the Tianhai Empire. As long as someone blocks his path of martial arts, even if it's the Zhengyi school, he will dare to destroy them. The vermilion bird matriarch sneered and said, I advise everyone to make preparations as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be too late by the time he arrives with his army. Impossible. Ling Xiao probably hadn't even taken down the Black Crow Empire yet. Perhaps he had already died there. My advice to all of you is to stop believing in some rumors. You should think about how to take down the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. As long as the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was taken down, the next target would be the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Let's take advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao hasn't grown up yet and catch him off guard. Elder Bai absolutely agreed with Elder Hei's judgment. Although she had seen Ling Xiao's power, she still felt that the Vermilion Bird Tribe matriarch's worries were a little excessive. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound came from afar, as if a terrifying battle was about to begin. This made everyone in the camp nervous. Feng Ming Qishan frowned, suddenly stood up and said to the outside, Go and see what happened. In his heart, he had a strong premonition. Reporting. The fleet of the Heavenly Empire has appeared on the surface of the sea. Their flags are fluttering, covering the sky and the sun. Our people can't hold on any longer. A moment later, the scout reported. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Elder Black and Elder White looked at each other, unable to believe what they had heard. Bastard, have you investigated it clearly? Elder Black rushed out of the tent and grabbed the scout and scolded him angrily. Let him go, Elder Black. Ling Xiao has really arrived. Feng Ming Qishan also walked out of the tent. The terrifying aura in the distance made him feel a real threat. He was too familiar with Ling Xiao's aura. Although he had never placed this person in his eyes, Feng Ming Qishan had always been paying attention to him. Because Ling Xiao had once cooperated with Feng Yinshan, this gave him a bad premonition. Feng Ming Qishan, get the hell out here. Suddenly, a roar came from the horizon. The terrifying sound wave spread for dozens of miles, shaking the ears of countless Divine Phoenix Empire soldiers and warriors. Currently, the Divine Phoenix Empire's army was being attacked from both sides and was in a dangerous situation. Army against army, Feng Ming Qishan already had no chance of winning. The only thing he could rely on right now was his powerful cultivation. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything could be reversed. Feng Ming Qishan looked coldly at the distant sky and said in a clear voice, Ling Xiao, if you have the guts, then fight with me on Changle Peak. Changle Peak, the highest peak of Changle Immortal Island, was close to 6,000 meters tall. On the mountain peak, there was snow all year round, and the climate was extremely cold. If an ordinary martial artist went up, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. If an ordinary person didn't have any special measures to keep warm, then they would basically die. Why wouldn't I dare? Changle Peak was located in a neutral zone, so neither side could send troops to guard it. Of course, more importantly, most martial artists wouldn't be able to reach the peak, unless it was an Yin-Yang realm expert. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to go up. If Ling Xiao could personally kill Feng Ming Qishan, then this war could end, and the losses of the Heavenly Empire soldiers would be minimized. Why wouldn't he be happy? On the way from Divine Phoenix Empire to Changle Immortal Island, he once again achieved a breakthrough. In the intense battles, his potential was completely stimulated. Now, he was already a second-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Facing Feng Ming Qishan, he really didn't have much fear. Furthermore, on Changle Peak, if there was no one else, he could completely use the tyrant martial soul. he still had about a 50% chance of killing Feng Ming Qishan. As for whether he could win in the end, it would really depend on his performance. But the more dangerous the battle, the more it could arouse his desire to fight. Perhaps after the battle with Feng Ming Qishan, his cultivation could once again explosively break through. Why would he miss such a good opportunity? All right, see you on Changle Peak. Feng Ming Qishan sneered and said, just the two of us. No one is allowed to bring helpers. Otherwise, it's fine if we don't fight. That's exactly what I want. Ling Xiao replied in a clear voice. I'll take my leave first. Feng Ming Qishan soared into the sky and leaped in the direction of Changle Peak. In an instant, he had already stepped onto the white ice mountain. As expected, he didn't bring anyone. Ling Xiao, that Feng Ming Qishan isn't a good person. Are you sure he will fight you one-on-one? Demon Wine Sword frowned. I'm sure he won't fight me one-on-one. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, with my understanding of those people from the imperial family, Feng Ming Qishan must have made some preparations to invite me to Changle Peak for a decisive battle. Then why are you still going? Moon Maiden said anxiously. I'll go with you. I said I won't bring anyone. We can't violate the rules. Ling Xiao smiled. This smile was filled with confidence and a trace of cunning. Chapter 1609. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Sister Moon Maiden, don't worry. I'm just going to take a look. If Phoenix Cry Mountain really wants to fight me one-on-one, then I can take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate him. If it's a trap, do you still not believe me? If I can't beat him, I can also escape. If I can't escape, I can also ask for help. With the two of you here, wouldn't it be easy to destroy Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain? Then we'll just wait here. The Moon Maiden frowned and asked, wait for what? I didn't say to stop the attack. Phoenix Cry Mountain has its own plan. I'm not an idiot. In the Divine Phoenix Army, Phoenix Cry Mountain is the most terrifying. Now that he wants to duel with me, you naturally have to take the opportunity to attack. With Sister Moon Maiden and the Demon Wine Sword, it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the Divine Phoenix Army, right? Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. In fact, wasn't the reason why he wanted to duel with Phoenix Cry Mountain to restrain the strongest person in the other party's formation? You're really cunning. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. All right, we'll do as you say. Inform Ancestor Changle and launch an attack at the same time. The order is for Ling Xiao to ascend Changle Peak. Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about what happened next. He spread his wings and soared into the sky, stepping onto the peak of Changle Peak. The moment he went up, he sensed that something was wrong. On Changle Peak, someone had already laid down layers of barriers. It was very similar to the 10,000 gate formation in the dragon-slaying forest, but it was even more exquisite. It seemed that in order to imitate Ling Xiao's use of these formations, the other party had already considered this point when setting up the formation, and all the formations were encrypted. Even if they wanted to break it, it would take a lot of time. They did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to do this in the middle of a battle. Ling Xiao stood there and smiled faintly. This bunch of idiots, the one who usually broke these formations, was not him. It was his master. Master, whether we can leave this place alive today depends on you. Don't worry. In their opinion, this kind of formation is extremely complicated and the encryption is extremely clever. However, in my opinion, this is just a child's trick that isn't worth mentioning at all. The Yuan Venerate had absolute confidence. He had once been the most outstanding alchemist, an alchemist of the immortal court, even if he had lost his physical body, but he hadn't lost his ability. That's good. I can concentrate on the battle. Feng Ming Qishan stood opposite him, coldly looking at Ling Xiao. You really did come when I told you to. Others say that you are cautious and cunning, but in my eyes, you are extremely stupid," he said calmly. "Originally, this trap was used to kill the Moon Lady and the demonic liquor sword. However, after thinking about it, I still feel that you're the key. As long as you're dead, those two won't be a big deal." As he spoke, Feng Ming Qishan took out a refining formation stone and threw it to the side. A teleportation array had appeared there. 6 people stepped out from inside. Then, the teleportation array disappeared. This sort of teleportation array was obviously a temporary array for short-distance teleportation. It was very unstable, and the distance was less than 100 meters. However, it was still very impressive to be able to set up such a teleportation array. These 6 people were obviously Yin-Yang realm powerhouses. Their auras were even stronger than the 20 assassins that had attacked him that night. Everyone says that Phoenix Cry, Qishan, is tyrannical and disdains scheming. It seems like this is a misunderstanding. In terms of scheming, you aren't inferior to Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 6 people. "It's too late for you to realize this now. Although I can easily kill you by myself, you are too cunning. But you're too cunning, so I had no choice but to ask my friends to help me. As long as you die, your so-called celestial empire will definitely collapse." Phoenix Cry sneered. "If you're afraid, then so be it. Why make it sound so dignified?" Ling Xiao glanced at Phoenix Cry and Qishan before turning to the 6 people. "That night, 20 Yin-Yang realm powerhouses tried to assassinate me. Did that have anything to do with you? Where are they?" Among the 6 people, a red-clothed old man asked in a deep voice. From his tone, Ling Xiao could tell that the 20 people definitely had some kind of special connection with these 6 people, or they might have come from the same place. "Kill them," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Their mouths are too tight. I only wanted to know who the mastermind behind them was, but they weren't willing to answer. I had no choice but to be ruthless." When the 6 people heard Ling Xiao's words, anger appeared on their faces. It was obvious that they were very angry. "It seems like you guys are really together. I'm very curious. Who are you guys? Which faction are you from? Are you really martial artists from the Tianhai Empire?" Ling Xiao was really curious. Which immortal of the White Tiger Continent had he offended to actually want him dead? What's the point of asking so many questions for someone who is about to die? Feng Ming Qishan sneered and said, "Actually, your performance has already exceeded my expectations. I thought that after I took down the Immortal Island, I would have enough time to attack the Heavenly Empire. I didn't expect that you would take down the Black Crow Empire so easily. That bunch of trash is really useless. Very soon, you will also become the trash in your own words. And you guys, are you really not going to explain your origins? If you don't say it, you guys will become wandering ghosts like those 20 assassins. When you die, you won't even have a mourning ceremony." Ling Xiao's voice was as indifferent as before, and even carried a hint of ridicule. "Ha ha ha ha. Everyone says that you, Ling Xiao, are arrogant, but I didn't expect you to be arrogant to such an extent. Do you really think that with your cultivation you can actually kill us? Confidence is confidence, but if you are overconfident, then you are stupid." One of the 6 people laughed loudly. The rest of the people also revealed mocking smiles. They were really unable to understand where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Feng Ming Qishan alone was enough to make Ling Xiao suffer, let alone with the 6 of them. Today, Ling Xiao was simply unable to escape calamity. Only a crazy person would say such words that did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. "Stupid? Then you guys can try." Ling Xiao shrugged and said, "Until now, you guys still haven't figured out my true cultivation, nor have you figured out what trump card I am relying on. You guys just rashly came to surround and kill me. I really don't know if you guys are stupid or if I am stupid. What trump card can you have? Feng Ming-Chi Shan said disdainfully. Your cultivation is, at most, at the first level of the yin-yang realm. Your trump card is nothing more than the primordial golden crow and primordial heavenly devil battle intent that you obtained from the sacred dynasty's immortal island. That is also your greatest trump card. I have already taken all of this into consideration. How can I not be cautious when dealing with a cunning guy like you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Is that so? You really think so? Ling Xiao suddenly laughed loudly. Chapter 16:10. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud. As he laughed, a primordial golden crow and a primordial heavenly demon appeared behind him. Very soon, you will know what my true trump card is. Of course, that will depend on whether you have the ability to force me to use my final trump card. As Ling Xiao spoke, the white bones attached to his body, and his strength began to rise. He had already broken through to the second level of the yin-yang realm. After entering the state of hell physique, his strength doubled and reached the peak of the third level of the yin-yang realm. With this cultivation, he could easily win against a fifth level of the yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao could easily kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. However, he would find it difficult to kill opponents 3 levels higher than him. Eye of the Tomb of the God of Gods. Open. After doing this, Ling Xiao didn't stop. Although he was confident, he wouldn't underestimate his opponents. It was obvious that the 6 people were at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm like Feng Ming-Chi Shan, facing 7 5th level yin-yang realm experts, including Feng Ming-Chi Shan. He would die a horrible death if he underestimated his opponents. Therefore, he planned to unleash all his potential today. He only left the sky tyrant martial soul. The door to the tomb of the God of Gods opened. The skeleton general let out a deep roar and walked out. Hundreds of skeleton soldiers followed behind him. The skeleton soldiers today weren't as weak as before. Every one of them was at the half-step yin-yang realm. If they were on the divine Phoenix continent, they could easily destroy any small nation. The skeleton general's strength was even more terrifying. It was at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, and its strength was comparable to Feng Ming-Chi Shan. 3-leaf demonic eyes, bronze giant demon. Ling Xiao continued to summon. Since Feng Ming-Chi Shan could find helpers, why couldn't Ling Xiao summon helpers with his own strength? Boom! A giant demon landed in front of Ling Xiao. However, the giant demon's appearance was different from the ones Ling Xiao summoned before. It changed. It evolved like the skeleton general. Ling Xiao looked at the strange monster in front of him in astonishment. Even he couldn't recognize it. Honorable Master, your humble servant is called Bar in another world. He's a demon god who controls lightning. The monster actually spoke. Not only was Ling Xiao stunned, Feng Ming-Chi Shan, and the others were also stunned. Bar? Some memories surfaced in Ling Xiao's mind. Baal, King Solomon was the demon god ranked first among the 72 demon gods. He appeared in many different appearances, sometimes as a human, and sometimes as other forms. He spoke in a harsh voice. It was Jehovah's greatest enemy. In the legends, it held a giant hammer in its right hand and a ball of thunder in its left hand. It wore a conical crown with 2 horns on its head and thunder under its feet. He was the king who ruled the East. He controlled lightning and had the ability to make people invisible. This memory was a memory from another world. Bar was also summoned from another world. This guy's current strength was on par with the skeleton general, compared to the bronze giant demon from before. Although its appearance had changed greatly, its combat strength shouldn't have decreased. Very good. you're in charge of dealing with one of the 6 people." Ling Xiao ordered. "Yes, master," Bar said respectfully, and then released the ball of thunder in its hand. The terrifying lightning struck the 6 of them. One of them was directly isolated. "Skeleton General, you lead the Skeleton Corps to deal with 2 of the 6 people." Ling Xiao ordered again. The Skeleton General did not know how to speak. It only let out a low roar, then rushed out and surrounded 2 of the people in the group to kill them. "Immemorial Sky Fiend, Shadow Child, Fuse, you're in charge of one of them." "Immemorial Golden Crow, Light Child, Fuse, you're in charge of one of them." In the blink of an eye, the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts were separated by Ling Xiao and faced their respective opponents. Only the red-robed powerhouse and Phoenix Cry Chi Shan were left. "Butterfly Lady, I'll leave the red-robed fella to you. You don't have to defeat him. Just delay him." Ling Xiao woke up the slumbering Butterfly Lady. The Butterfly Lady's strength had also become more terrifying as Ling Xiao's cultivation base had increased. She wasn't any weaker than the red-robed powerhouse. However, Ling Xiao still didn't want the Butterfly Lady to fight the red-robed powerhouse to the death. "Phoenix Cry Chi Shan, do you think you still have any advantages?" Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Chi Shan mockingly. He had never released all his power before. This time, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's horizons had been broadened. Such a battle would consume a lot of internal energy. After all, the summoned creatures, Shadow Child, and Light Child were all consuming his internal energy. However, given his vigorous internal energy, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sustain such a battle for an hour. An hour was enough for a Yuan Venerate to break through the array formation that was trapping him. Furthermore, he was also the most outstanding alchemist. How could he not have prepared elixirs for this trip to Changle Immortal Island? The elixirs that filled his storage ring were enough to last him another 2 to 3 hours. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to resolve the battle within these 2 to 3 hours. Phoenix Cry Chi Shan's gaze was a little stiff. His originally confident and complacent expression had also become distorted. He had thought that he had already placed a lot of importance on Ling Xiao, and had thought that he had already set up a flawless trap. However, the cruel reality before his eyes told him that Ling Xiao was even more ferocious than he had imagined. The combat strength displayed by this fellow really couldn't be measured purely by himself. Now, the only thing Phoenix Cry Chi Shan could hope for was that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to continue due to the large amount of internal energy he had expended. In any case, he had plenty of time. As long as the array formation wasn't broken, no one outside would be able to come in. In that case, the Moon Lady and the Wine Demon Sword wouldn't be able to participate in such a battle. He could only win this battle. He couldn't afford to lose. If he failed, he would completely lose the opportunity to turn the situation around. As he thought of this, a sense of powerlessness and fear arose in his heart. Why didn't he kill Ling Xiao earlier? He hated himself for underestimating Ling Xiao. If he had killed Ling Xiao at that time, there definitely wouldn't have been such an awkward situation today. The battle had already begun. The aura within the barrier became manic, and all sorts of crazy auras were constantly colliding. In the empty space of less than 100 square meters, 5 battle circles were formed. The auras intertwined with each other, shattering the snow and ice on the mountaintop. Without a doubt, the helpers that Phoenix Cry Chi Shan had invited were extremely powerful. However, the power released by Ling Xiao wasn't weak either. This kind of battle would probably be in a stalemate for a long time. At this moment, Phoenix Cry Chi Shan saw many figures appear on the mountain peak. The Moon Lady, the Wine Demon Sword, the Everlasting Joy Ancestor, Dan Feng, Mou, Zhu Wen, Zhu Shaotsong, the Vermilion Bird clan patriarch, and the Thunder Eagle clan patriarch were all there. However, there was no trace of the black and white elders. Chapter 16:11. Phoenix Cry Chishan's expression was gloomy, and he was confused. He did not understand why the Moon Maiden and the others were here. What happened below? There's no need to look. Your Divine Phoenix army has already collapsed. 70% of them were killed, and the remaining 30% chose to side with the black and white elders imprisoned. Only you are left outside the barrier. The everlasting Joy ancestor said coldly, I didn't expect the celestial Emperor Phoenix, Cry Chishan, to do such a despicable thing. He hired so many experts to kill Ling Xiao. While the everlasting Joy ancestor was cursing Phoenix, Cry Chishan, he was also shocked by Ling Xiao's response. What a terrifying young man. He fought against 7 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts by himself. How terrifying was his strength? Even the Wine Demon Sword and the Moon Maiden were shocked. I always thought that I would be able to protect him for a long time. I didn't expect him to catch up to me. The Moon Maiden sighed and clenched her hands together. Although she did not show any emotions on the surface, she knew that she had to work harder. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would surpass her in a short period of time. At that time, it would be impossible for her to protect Ling Xiao. Although she had once said that she hoped to be protected and loved by Ling Xiao, it was just a casual remark. She knew very well that once she became a burden, she would not want to be by Ling Xiao's side anymore, because she was afraid of being a burden to Ling Xiao. Compared to her, the Wine Demon Sword was even more shocked. The Wine Demon Sword had used more than 30 years to cultivate to his current level. He originally thought that he would need at least 10 years before he could use Ling Xiao. However, it had not even been a year since he first met Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already shown a shocking improvement. This kid was truly terrifying. Give him another year, and his cultivation will definitely surpass mine. This is a true genius, a genius that has escaped the control of the mystic world's laws. A gratified smile appeared on the Wine Demon Sword's face. In order to find such a person, he had waited for a long time. Now he had finally found him, and his beloved woman could be saved. In stark contrast to his smiling face, Feng Ming was shocked at Chishan. The battle at the top of the mountain continued. Not only did Ling Xiao not look exhausted at all, but his helpers became even more ferocious as they fought and suppressed the 6th-5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts. However, things were not over yet. Eye of the Sage Monarch. Ling Xiao once again displayed a move that increased the strength of his side. In the sky, a white figure was constantly releasing white telekinesis. Ling Xiao's helpers, who were enveloped by the telekinesis, had their combat strength increased. As time passed, Ling Xiao's advantage grew larger and larger. Feng Ming Qishan's expression became increasingly unsightly. Now that his army had been destroyed, his only hope was the final battle at the summit of Chang'e. If he won, he could turn the situation around, but if he lost, he would suffer a crushing defeat. However, he felt more and more uneasy in his heart. The shadow of failure was like a maggot that wrapped around his entire soul, causing him unbearable pain. He knew that he could no longer watch and had to join the battle. Otherwise, everything would be over. Waiting for Ling Xiao to exhaust his strength, that was basically impossible. Kill. Feng Ming Qishan released a tyrannical aura. The blood of the Divine Phoenix flowed in his body, and a pair of red and blue wings appeared on his back. I didn't expect you to be a mixed blood. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Feng Ming Qishan was actually the child of the Fire Phoenix tribe and the Ice Phoenix tribe. This was simply an accident, because in the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Fire Phoenix tribe, the Ice Phoenix tribe, and the Dark Phoenix tribe were absolutely not allowed to intermarry. That's right. My father was from the Ice Phoenix tribe, and my mother was from the Fire Phoenix tribe, but they were forced to death by the two tribes. This has also become the motivation for my growth. Feng Ming Qi Shan looked coldly at Ling Xiao as he spoke loudly. Then you're really trash. You're already so powerful, but you didn't avenge your parents. Instead, you became an existence worse than those two tribes. Ling Xiao pursed his lips and said, "Don't even think about participating in today's battle. Just obediently watch from the side and see how the 6 experts you brought die." After speaking, Ling Xiao suddenly tossed out a formation refining stone. Feng Ming Qi Shan was instantly trapped by the formation. It was already impossible for him to leave. That's the 10,000 gate formation. It's impossible for a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist to destroy it. You've already seen its power in the Killing Dragon Forest. Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile and said, "I originally planned to have a one-on-one battle with you, but your shamelessness has already made me lose the idea of a fair battle. I want you to watch your hopes shatter without being able to do anything about it. I don't care who those 6 people are. They must die." Ling Xiao, don't say that you can't kill them. If you really kill them, don't even think about taking a step into the White Tiger continent. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Feng Ming Qi Shan said with a gloomy expression. The divine envoy of the Tianhai Empire said the same thing before he was killed. Haha, do you really think I'm afraid? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qi Shan domineeringly, just like how Feng Ming Qi Shan looked at Ling Xiao domineeringly in the past. Back then, even when Ling Xiao led troops into the imperial capital and rescued Jining, Feng Ming Qi Shan did not take Ling Xiao seriously. At that time, Feng Ming Qi Shan only saw Ling Xiao as a chess piece of Feng Yinshan, a chess piece that could be eliminated at any time. Even after the battle in the dragon-slaying forest, Feng Ming Qi Shan still thought that he had defeated Feng Yinshan, and that Feng Yinshan's chess piece was not worth mentioning. However, today, Feng Ming Qi Shan realized that the one who was being treated as a chess piece was not Ling Xiao, but Feng Yinshan. Every dog has its day. Things in the world changed too quickly, so quickly that it was hard for people to adapt. Ling Xiao, who had been ignored by him not long ago, was now looking down on him. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Feng Ming Qi Shan. After using the 10,000 gate formation to trap Feng Ming Qi Shan, he began to think of ways to eliminate the 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts. Not only did these 6 experts possess powerful weapon-type martial souls, but they also possessed powerful bloodline power. The Wolf Clan, the Tiger Clan, the Silver Fox Clan, the Alligator Clan, the Ice Phoenix Clan, and the Fiery Phoenix Clan. 6 people, 6 different types of bloodline power. This made Ling Xiao unable to determine their identities based on their martial souls and bloodline power. These 6 people's martial souls were all sword martial souls, and the weapons in their hands were all swords. Moreover, their realms had all reached the heavy sword edgeless level. This level was not inferior to Ling Xiao's. The most terrifying thing was that these 5 people were actually able to become one with the sword. This level of swordsman was probably rare even in the White Tiger continent. What kind of power did they come from? Who was it that could gather all the martial artists from the 6 major clans? Chapter 16:12. Ling Xiao's suspicions grew, and his curiosity grew. He suddenly smiled and charged towards a martial artist who was fighting with the skeleton general. These 6 people were indeed powerful, but they were different from the previous 20 assassins. An assassin's heart was tough. Even in death, they would not admit defeat and reveal the mastermind. However, these 6 people were different. Although they were powerful, they were not assassins. They might not have such strong beliefs. They were unwilling to reveal the mastermind because they did not see the threat of death. Ling Xiao believed that the more powerful a martial artist was, the more afraid they were of death. This was because once they died, all their efforts would go down the drain. Sword spirits, massacre sword. Suddenly, a cold sword of slaughter appeared in his hand, exuding a terrifying killing intent. This killing intent was not released carelessly. Instead, it was like a sharp blade that directly pierced towards the martialist who was fighting the skeleton general. It carried an incomparably powerful slaughter sword intent and a terrifying soul deterrence. The skeleton general felt Ling Xiao's will and stabbed out with the rusty long spear in his hand. A loud boom pierced through the void. There were bursts of explosions. The terrifying pressure forced the level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist to defend with all his might. None of the 6 dared to relax in the face of the skeleton general. Slacking off meant death. Beautiful. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. Although the skeleton general could not speak, it was connected to his soul. With just a thought, the skeleton general knew what he was going to do and did what he was most satisfied with. The level 5 Yin-Yang realm martial artist defended against the skeleton general's attack with all his might. However, he was caught off guard. Suddenly, a terrifying massacre sword intent pierced his soul ocean and left a terrifying shadow of death in his soul. His body trembled as he tried to escape. However, the white bones that extended from the ground trapped him and did not give him any chance to escape. Ling Xiao's figure appeared beside him. Only a pair of scarlet eyes could be seen from the body of hell. It looked so terrifying and terrifying. The cold blade was placed across the martial artist's neck. The chilliness penetrated to the bone. The 5th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist was like a shrimp on a chopping board. He did not have any ability to fight back. No matter how he moved, Ling Xiao's sword could easily end his life. His originally calm and arrogant face was now filled with fear and cowardice. For the first time, he felt that he was so close to death. His life was actually in the hands of someone he looked down on. If you want to live, tell me who your master is. Ling Xiao's white bony palm gently patted the warrior's shoulder as he spoke in a low and threatening voice. The martial artist gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that if he answered even a single wrong word, his head would be separated from his body. If I tell you, will you really let me live? The warrior asked cautiously, although he was afraid of the mastermind behind this. Right now, Ling Xiao was the biggest threat to him, because Ling Xiao only needed to move a finger, and his life would be gone. What good will it do me to kill you? Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Look at the people standing outside. The Great Rock Tribe's patriarch, the Peacock Tribe's patriarch, the Vermilion Bird Tribe's patriarch, and the Thunderhawk Tribe's patriarch. They all submitted to me. In the past, we were like fire and water. Aren't we working well together now? So, be smart. You only have one life. Don't make a stupid choice. The warrior gulped again. He was at the 5th level Yin-Yang realm. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely considered a powerhouse. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, he was definitely the strongest. If he were to die so casually, it would not be worth it. I'll tell you everything I know. In the end, the cultivator still chose to submit under Ling Xiao's ice-cold blade. Compared to loyalty, he chose to live. It seemed that this was very common in the mystic world. It was not strange at all. Very good. You're a smart person. You've made a smart choice. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction and waited for the other party to tell him the answer he wanted to know. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Ling Xiao did not think too much. He turned into a stream of light and dodged the attack at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Phoenix cried Qishan. Ling Xiao frowned. Phoenix Cry Chishan had escaped from the 10,000 Gate formation. This made him extremely surprised. Ling Xiao, you're very powerful. I have to admit that. However, I'm stronger than you. The powerful aura continued to rise. Phoenix Cry Chishan's body began to undergo a strange change. His body was filled with blue and red energy, and then merged. The powerful power of the divine Phoenix bloodline was completely unleashed, his entire being transformed into a strange dual-colored divine phoenix. The aura of ice and fire spread throughout his body. No, even if you control the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix bloodline, you can't break the 10,000 Gate formation. Ling Xiao shook his head. He was very confident in the 10,000 Gate formation. And Phoenix Cry Chishan was not an array expert. The possibility of him breaking the array was almost zero. This guy must have an unexpected power. Just as Ling Xiao was puzzled, a loud dragon roar came from behind Phoenix Cry Chishan. A 5-colored divine dragon was circling behind him, staring at Ling Xiao coldly. 5-colored divine dragon? So you have the 5 elements dragon soul of the ancient 5 elements dragon. No wonder. The primordial 5 elements dragon controlled the 5 elements, and the 10,000 Gate formation was an array formation formed by interweaving various elements. It seemed complicated and confusing, but in reality, it was just elemental magic. With the 5 elements dragon soul, breaking this 10,000 Gate formation was too easy. You have the divine Phoenix bloodline and the 5 elements dragon soul. No wonder you are so powerful. Ling Xiao looked at Phoenix Cry Chishan. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also excited. In the past few days, although the battles were intense, they were relatively easy, making Ling Xiao not even the slightest bit of interest. Today, there was finally a guy who could make him use his true ability. Facing Phoenix Cry Chishan, Ling Xiao only had a 30% chance of winning if he did not use the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit. Even if he used the Tyrant Sky Martial Spirit, it was only 50%. He was a genius. Phoenix Cry Chishan was also a genius. The battle between the two geniuses was exciting just thinking about it. You can still laugh. Phoenix Cry Chishan's domineering aura was once again displayed. It was as domineering as when he ignored everyone in the killing dragon forest. Behind him, a figure wearing blood-red armor and holding a blood-red blade appeared again. This was the powerful martial spirit that Phoenix Cry Chishan had displayed to everyone in the killing dragon forest, the 12 immortal killing god White Blade martial spirit. Twin martial spirits. Chapter 16:13. Twin martial souls, and one is the ancient 5 elements dragon soul, and the other is the 12 immortal killing god White Blade martial soul. How did you get these 2 martial souls? Ling Xiao was really shocked. One had to know that in the profound world, it was already very rare for a martial artist to obtain an ancient dragon soul or a 12 immortal martial soul. But this guy actually had 2 top martial souls at the same time. Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain was truly frightening. It was indeed terrifying. Are you afraid now? Unfortunately, it's already too late. You actually dared to destroy my divine Phoenix Empire and kill the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy. Do you know that you have already committed an unforgivable crime? Feng Ming Chishan's voice was cold and overbearing, as if he had already controlled Ling Xiao's life and death. Didn't you also want to destroy my heavenly empire? I just made the first move to gain the upper hand. As for the Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy, they deserve to die. Ling Xiao also had things that he regretted, but he definitely didn't regret these 2 things. The Tianhai Empire's sacred envoy actually tried to collude with the Water God Shrine's martial artists to kill him, and even wanted to destroy his heavenly empire. If he was given another choice, he would still kill. As for the Divine Phoenix Empire, after Feng Ming-Chi Shan forcefully took over the position of emperor, this country had already completely decayed. Furthermore, he had long seen through Feng Ming-Chi Shan's intentions. If he didn't destroy the Divine Phoenix Empire, Feng Ming-Chi Shan would destroy his heavenly empire. He, Ling Xiao, was never a person who would wait for death. He couldn't just watch as others came to kill him before resisting. Since there was a chance, he had to make the first move. It seems that even at death's door, you still don't know how to repent. Feng Ming-Chi Shan's eyes revealed a cold-killing intent, as if it could instantly shatter the ice and snow at the top of Chang'e City. Don't know how to repent. Ling Xiao chuckled. Maybe, since you're so confident, why don't you tell me the identities of those 6 people before I die? Where did they come from? And who is supporting you from behind? In his opinion, Feng Ming-Chi Shan, who should have been executed by the Ice Phoenix clan and the Fire Phoenix clan, actually survived. He even became the crown prince and grew to such a terrifying extent. Without the behind-the-scenes cultivator, it was impossible. Even Ling Xiao had the support of the Moon Maiden. It was simply too difficult for a person to truly step into a new world in this profound world. Don't worry. When you're still breathing, I'll tell you. I'm not an unreasonable person. I won't let you become a confused ghost. Because after becoming a ghost, you also need to know who you have offended. Otherwise, in the underworld, you will also die in a daze like today. Feng Ming-Chi Shan chuckled. Of course, there was someone supporting him from behind. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he fight against Feng Ming Wuliang? How could he fight with Feng Ming Xiao? How could he fight against Feng Yinshan? Including the 20 assassins and the 6 experts, they all came from the same place. That sacred and powerful place. What was laughable was that the various major powers of the Divine Phoenix continent were fighting each other to the death, yet they did not know that their battles were merely chess pieces casually manipulated by others. Haha, after talking for so long, you still don't have the confidence to kill me. That's why you don't dare to tell me who's behind you. Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Could it be that the powerful force behind you is actually afraid of me? Afraid that I'll seek revenge? Even when facing such a powerful Feng Ming-Chi Shan, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of showing weakness. Not to mention that he still had a 50% chance of defeating Feng Ming-Chi Shan. Even if there was only a 10% chance, with his personality, he would not show weakness. Furthermore, other than the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, he still had a trump card that he had not used. At the moment of life and death, he naturally would not hesitate. Therefore, in today's battle, it was hard to predict who would win and who would lose. Why should he be afraid? He no longer paid attention to Feng Ming-Chi Shan. Instead, he looked at the 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist that he was holding hostage under his sword. Although Ling Xiao had dodged Feng Ming-Chi Shan's attack, he had only circled around on the spot. The sword in his hand did not leave the martial artist's neck for even half an inch. He also did not cut in half an inch because of panic. If he doesn't say it, you tell me. Ling Xiao stared at the martial artist and said with a faint smile. The martial artist's expression became very ugly. He had already planned to surrender to Ling Xiao, but the terrifying strength that Feng Ming-Chi Shan suddenly unleashed made him feel fearful again. He was really like a rat in a bellows now, being bullied by both sides. It was not right to answer, but it was also not right not to answer. Even if you die, you're still a hero. I'll use Ling Xiao's head as a sacrifice to you, and I'll take good care of your descendants. I'll definitely let them become talents. Feng Ming-Chi Shan looked indifferently at the 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He had no intention of saving him. He was very strong, but Ling Xiao was not weak either. If he went to save this person, he would be in a passive position, and his advantage would be gone. Therefore, he definitely would not save him. His words clearly contained a threat. Ling Xiao could kill, but he could slaughter this martial artist's entire family. This martial artist should be very clear on how to choose. What a vicious mind, what a vicious heart. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I really admire you. Unfortunately, I'm not a kind person either. Listen, if you don't tell me the truth today, not only will I kill you immediately, but I'll also go to the White Tiger continent, find your descendants, and kill them all. Do you believe me or Feng Ming Qishan? Your Majesty, that martial artist originally planned to die heroically, but when he heard this, he retreated again. He also knew how cruel Ling Xiao was. If he really said that he would kill his entire family, then he might really do it. What are you panicking for? If he dares to kill you today, I'll kill him and destroy his heavenly empire. How can he have the chance to kill your family? Feng Ming Qishan said coldly. That martial artist looked at Ling Xiao again and fell into a dilemma. Believe me or believe him. Choose for yourself. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. He had already said what he needed to say. In any case, there were still 5 people. Even if this person died, he could still find out from others. This person was not a necessary choice. I don't have much time. I'll only give you 5 breaths of time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He couldn't afford to delay. He didn't want to waste time. Feng Ming Qishan also did not say anything. He only looked at that martial artist indifferently, his eyes revealing a threatening look. Time gradually passed. Ling Xiao sighed softly and said, 5 breaths have already passed. It seems that you have chosen to believe in Feng Ming Qishan. I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I will only cripple you now, and then let you see how the Feng Ming Qishan that you believe in dies. Putting away the slaughter sword, Ling Xiao's hand directly grabbed into the martial artist's body. Chapter 16:14. Ling Xiao's white bone claws clawed into the warrior's body. A terrifying dark power was released, and the warrior instantly became a cripple, a complete and utter piece of trash. A 5th-level yin-yang realm cultivator was even worse than an ordinary person. Just watch from the side, and then die in pain and despair. This is the price you have to pay for going against me. Ling Xiao casually threw the warrior out, and a group of skeleton soldiers immediately protected him. This person couldn't die for the time being. If he died like this, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Maybe what he sees is your miserable death. Even if he is crippled, it won't be a loss. Feng Ming Qishan looked at Ling Xiao expressionlessly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura was completely aimed at Ling Xiao and was released crazily. Since I dare to step onto the peak of Changle City, I won't be afraid of you. Feng Ming Qishan. Ling Xiao smiled coldly, and 2 swords hung above his head. One was the divine light sword, and the other was the dark devil sword. Then, the sword spirits, I released the sword of destruction, together with the sword of slaughter from before. Fuse, sword of destruction, sword of darkness. Facing Feng Ming Qishan, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to use his strongest power to fight it out with him. Therefore, it wasn't over yet. The 3rd sword hung above Ling Xiao's head. Human King's sword. Then, the sword spirits, I released an immortal sword. Fuse again. Immortal Human King's sword. This was Ling Xiao's most powerful weapon at the moment. He held the sword of destruction and sword of darkness in both hands, and the immortal Human King's sword above his head. The 3 swords were aimed at Feng Ming Qishan, emitting a terrifying aura. Feng Ming Qishan frowned slightly. He also felt the terrifying aura of the 3 swords. However, soon after, he revealed a cold smile. So what if you have 3 swords? Even if you have 10 swords, You still can't beat me today. Feng Ming Qi Shan sneered, and the killing god's white blade martial soul behind him let out a low cry. Then, his body exploded with a shocking, killing aura. The murderous aura in his hand condensed into a real blade that was visible to the naked eye. It was a blood-red weapon. It was as if fresh blood was dripping down, giving off an aura of death and slaughter. It was quite terrifying. Kill! Feng Ming Qishan roared, and with a blood-red blade in his hand, he had already rushed in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold, and there was no expression on his face. At that moment, the sharp blades in his hands suddenly released an astonishing sword will. In the void, two huge sword rays appeared. One black and one white swallowed and spat out, piercing towards Phoenix, Cry Chi Mountain. The sword light pierced through the void, emitting an ear-piercing, whistling sound. Many people outside the array formation could not help but cover their ears. Duo, that guy's sword is getting more and more terrifying. The liquor demon's sword muttered. He was a swordsman, so he could naturally sense how terrifying Ling Xiao's terrifying sword intent was. Clang! Clang! The black and white two-colored sword beam was blocked by the blood-red sword blade of Phoenix Cry Chi-shan, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Those two sword beams actually shattered in an instant. However, the blood-red sword blade seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. It lost its killing intent, and its light changed. It became weak. Ling Xiao seemed to be waiting for this moment. The immortal king sword hanging above his head suddenly released a purple sword light and pierced out. It was very difficult for others to control three swords at the same time. It was even more impossible to use three swords to perform three moves at the same time. But Ling Xiao, had no problem. If someone could see the soul, they would discover that the immortal king sword was actually held in the hands of the Gemini martial spirit. And the Gemini martial spirit was controlled by Ling Xiao's origin spirit. It was basically no different from Ling Xiao's arm, except that it was more flexible and free. When Feng Ming Qishan saw the purple sword attacking him, he couldn't help but frown. He had seen Ling Xiao's black and white two swords a long time ago, so he was fearless. Moreover, in the previous attack, he had the upper hand. However, this was the first time he had seen the immortal king's sword. Even when he killed Long Lin, Ling Xiao only used the human king's sword and did not fuse with the immortal sword. Naturally, its power was not as strong as it was today. 5 elements dragon soul rock wall. He was about to be pierced by the purple sword light. The ancient 5 elements dragon behind Feng Ming Qishan let out a loud dragon roar. Then the earth shook and the ground suddenly rose, forming a thick rock wall in front of Feng Ming Qishan. The rock wall blocked the purple sword light. However, it was only for a moment. The immortal sword was forever immortal. The sword intent would not be consumed in the air, nor would it be consumed in battle. However, the rock wall would eventually be damaged. Qi-la! The purple sword light finally pierced through the thick rock wall and shot towards Feng Ming Qishan with an unstoppable momentum. However, this momentary block still gave Feng Ming Qishan a chance to regain his momentum. Break! Feng Ming Qishan snorted coldly, and the blood-red blade in his hand once again exploded with light. Behind him, the killing god White Blade martial spirit roared and released a terrifying power. The huge blood-red blade fiercely struck out. It collided with the purple sword light. Ka-cha! Finally, the purple sword light completely shattered, turning into specks of purple light that scattered on the ground. Immortal sword intent, immortal king. Can you break it? Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the air. The sword light that should have been shattered actually condensed once again, and then once again charged towards Feng Ming-Qishan. At the same time, Ling Xiao also charged forward with his sword in hand. 3 swords, 3 sword lights surrounded Feng Ming-Qishan and continuously stabbed out. Although Feng Ming-Qishan was powerful, he couldn't find a good way to break out of this situation. After all, in terms of speed and ingenious use of moves, Feng Ming-Qishan couldn't compare to Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye, and everything was under his control, under his precise calculations, unless Feng Ming-Qishan had some special move that could instantly explode. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would fall today. How annoying! 5 elements Dragon Soul, Fiery Blaze. Feng Ming-Qishan roared angrily. The ancient 5 elements dragon roared again, and terrifying flames formed a ball around his body. The fire dragon blocked all of Ling Xiao's sword lights. Endless rumbling sounds erupted. However, although this move was powerful and could block Ling Xiao's attack, it was unable to repel Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's sword light continued to be released. The black sword light was filled with killing intent. Every single one of them caused Feng Ming-Qishan to feel a piercing pain in his body. The shadow of death in his heart was also constantly intensifying. The white sword light was filled with destruction. Every single one of them could destroy Feng Ming-Qishan's spewing fire dragon. Destroy everything, destroy everything. The purple sword light was immortal and indestructible. This was the most difficult sword light to deal with. It seemed to be impossible to destroy, forever like a maggot in one's bones, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. 3 sword lights, 3 different effects. Although Feng Ming-Qishan had a lot of ability, it was still very difficult for him to deal with it. Facing Ling Xiao's exquisite ability to grasp timing, he was now suppressed. Chapter 16:15. You can't do it? There's more to come. Ling Xiao sneered and released the dark sword domain. A terrifying aura spread out once again. Logically speaking, after a martial artist broke through to the Yin-Yang realm, they would automatically give up on their domain. Something like a domain was very useful in the Grotto Heaven realm, but in the Yin-Yang realm, it was almost useless. It was a pity to give it up, and tasteless. Not only did it waste a lot of internal energy, it was also not as powerful as expected. However, Ling Xiao did not intend to give up. His advantage was that he had abundant internal energy and powerful soul force. Moreover, Ling Xiao discovered a secret. A domain could actually evolve in the hands of a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. Combined with the comprehension of the 18 levels of hell and the fusion of the array, it could produce unexpected results. And this was probably something that only Ling Xiao could do in the entire Divine Phoenix continent. No one else could. Yin-Yang realm, dark sword domain. Ling Xiao, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? You actually want to use a domain that only a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist would treat as a treasure to deal with me? Could it be that you have too much internal energy and feel that it's fine to waste some? Seeing Ling Xiao release the dark sword domain, Phoenix Cry-Qishan was not nervous. Instead, he laughed. He hoped that Ling Xiao would be like this. If he spent a lot of internal energy on useless attacks, then he would definitely not be able to do it in the future. Outside the barrier, many martial artists did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's actions. But out of their trust in Ling Xiao, they still wanted to see what was going on. Ling Xiao had always been a maverick who stood out from the masses. Who could be sure that he wouldn't be able to create an attack that was completely different from others? In the next moment, Phoenix Cry-Qishan's expression darkened. At the same time, his eyes revealed shock. No, your domain is strange. As he continued to attack, his brows furrowed even more. Hee, you finally saw it. a domain that is useless to a yin-yang realm martial artist, can have a new lease of life in my hands. I'm not afraid to tell you that this dark sword domain has fused with the black hell ghost sword formation that I comprehended in the Hell of Tongues. In the tongue-ripping hell, the terrifying hell scissors could cut off the tongues of any yin-yang realm martial artist, rendering them unable to speak. My dark hell ghost sword formation can transform all the sword lights in the dark sword domain into ghost swords that are like the scissors of hell. Not only was its lethality greatly increased, but it could also continuously absorb energy from the hell of tongue ripping. Do you think I will waste my inner energy? As he spoke, a large door opened in the sky. The words tongue-pulling hell were clearly written on the door. Black energy continued to be released from the door and fused into the dark sword domain. This caused all the sword lights in the dark sword domain to turn black, giving off an aura of death. With the formation of the dark hell ghost sword formation, the power of the dark sword domain increased greatly. The sword light continued to swallow and spit out, turning into countless black sword shadows that attacked Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan. It was as if there was no end to it. Immediately, Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan felt extremely strained. What was a formation? A formation borrowed the power of heaven and earth to increase the power of attack or defense. Once the formation was activated, unless one could break it, even if one's strength was stronger, one would still be at a loss when facing the formation. Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan's immemorial 5 elements, dragon soul, could control the power of the 5 elements. However, hell was not part of the 5 elements. It jumped out of the 5 elements. Therefore, if he wanted to break this formation, it was simply a fool's dream. Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, I told you before, you will definitely lose today's battle. You have a trump card, but do you have more trump cards than me? How ignorant! Ling Xiao stood outside the dark sword domain and coldly looked at Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, who was constantly being attacked by the black sword lights, and said indifferently, Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan's face was ashen. After releasing the immemorial 5 elements dragon soul and the killing god's white blade martial spirit, he had been domineering and arrogant. He felt that he could control everything and that victory was within his grasp. It was as if he could take Ling Xiao's life away at any time. Not only Ling Xiao, even the people who were watching the show outside were treated as dead people by him. Although he was defeated outside, as long as he won this battle, he would still be the supreme emperor of the divine Phoenix continent. However, at this moment, he felt an intense depression and embarrassment. After attacking for a long time, he did not hurt Ling Xiao in the slightest. Instead, he was trapped by someone else's domain that he called chicken ribs. This was really a strong irony. No, strength is absolute. Watch me break your bullshit formation. With a roar, the immemorial 5 elements dragon and the killing god's white blade behind Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan lit up at the same time. A powerful aura completely condensed on Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan's body. He roared, and the blood-red weapon in his hand actually merged with yellow, green, black, blue, and red, the 5 colors that represented the power of the 5 elements. The power was completely released in an instant. The space in the dark sword domain almost collapsed at one point. The black sword lights that were attacking him shattered one after another, turning into dots of black light that scattered on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Terrifying blood-red light was constantly released, crazily attacking Ling Xiao's dark sword domain in all directions. One had to admit that Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan was really strong. If not for the integration of the Dark Hell Ghost sword formation, this dark sword domain would have been easily broken by Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan. Even at this time, protrusions continued to appear on the surface of the dark sword domain, as if it could be pierced through at any time. Rumbling sounds continued to ring out. All the black sword lights seemed to have lost their ability to resist, and when they touched the blood-red sword Qi, they instantly shattered. They were no longer able to cause any harm to Phoenix Cry Qishan. However, Ling Zhao's face was as cold as ever. Tongue-pulling hell, power of lies, condensed black sword. A cold voice came out of Ling Zhao's mouth. The black sword lights actually gradually retreated, and then some strange runes were released from the tongue-pulling hell. These runes were the power of lies of the tongue-pulling hell. It was rumored that the tongue-pulling hell was used to imprison those who were full of lies. And this kind of lie was also a kind of energy, the power of lies. As these runes merged into the dark sword domain, the original sword light began to condense and actually turned into a physical entity. Qi. The dark sword domain once again erupted with a terrifying attack. This time, it was no longer sword light, but a true ghost sword. It was a ghost sword condensed from the power of lies. Even the people outside the barrier could clearly feel the terrifying lethality of these black ghost swords. It was as if the hell scissors had been summoned from the tongue-pulling hell. Feng Ming Qishan's expression suddenly changed. The stronger one was, the more one could sense danger. He understood very well what these black ghost swords meant. They were definitely not as easy to deal with as the sword light just now. Chapter 16:16. This Ling Xiao was really terrifying. He was not weak and was proficient in formations. Furthermore, this array formation allowed Ling Xiao's strength to become even more powerful. This was probably the final trump card that Ling Xiao was talking about. Fury of ice and fire. Phoenix Cry Qishan, who was in the form of a divine phoenix, suddenly unleashed two streams of intertwined power of ice and fire towards the countless black ghost swords. However, after a fierce collision, the effect was negligible. Although Phoenix Cry Qishan blocked the attack of the black ghost swords, he could not do anything about the dark sword region. He originally thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao after breaking free from the 10,000 gate formation. However, he was trapped by Ling Xiao again. He was really vexed to be trapped by the same person twice in a battle. Take your time to break the formation. I'll go and take the lives of those 5 fellows first. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered and turned to look at the 5 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists who were fighting with his summoned creatures and helpers. His original plan was to trap Phoenix Cry Qishan and kill these people first. However, he did not expect Phoenix Cry Qishan to break the 10,000 gate formation, so his plan was delayed for a moment. However, overall, it did not affect him much. Now, Phoenix Cry Qishan was trapped by him again, and this process took less than a quarter of an hour. His hell physique could still last for a long time. At the very least, it was not a problem for him to kill the 5 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists from the White Tiger mainland. The 5 of them were much weaker than Phoenix Cry Qishan. In addition, they were already in a fierce battle. Ling Xiao only wanted to kill them, just like how he crippled the martial artist who was unwilling to speak. It's over. None of the 5 of them will survive. Outside the barrier, everyone had the same thought. Phoenix Cry Qishan led 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists to set a trap here in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, the transportation formation was one way. In other words, they did not leave a way out for themselves, because including these 6 people, as well as Feng Ming Qishan, they all felt that with their lineup, killing Ling Xiao would be an easy task. But now, it seemed that the situation had completely reversed. It wasn't them who killed Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao who killed them. This huge contrast made them unable to believe the reality in front of them. Die! Ling Xiao didn't have the time to wait for them to reflect on life and regret. In order to not consume too much of his internal energy, He had already removed the immortal human king sword and the sword of light destruction. All that was left was the dark slaughter sword. A cold killing intent instantly swept across a warrior's neck. Without any resistance, the bastard died on the spot. Son of Light, immemorial golden crow, come back. Ling Xiao had a plan when he killed his enemies. Releasing the child of light and the primordial golden crow outside would continuously consume his internal energy, so eliminating their opponents as soon as possible was the best choice. He really is dead. Outside the barrier, the people who saw this scene weren't surprised at all. In fact, the moment Ling Xiao trapped Feng, Ming Qishan, they had already developed an almost blind admiration and trust for Ling Xiao. He wasn't even afraid of Feng Ming Qishan, so the remaining 5 Yinyang Realm 5th level martial artists were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't stop after killing one person. His figure disappeared into the darkness, and after a while, the martial artist who was fighting with the Child of Shadow was directly split open from the back. He died on the spot. Child of Shadow, immemorial divine demon, retrieve. Ling Xiao's figure appeared again. Although there were beads of sweat dripping from his forehead, there was a satisfied smile on his face. The Shadow immemorial divine demon, formed by the fusion of the Child of Shadow and the immemorial divine demon, was still very powerful. Just like the immemorial golden crow, it had already left many wounds on their opponents. The reason why he killed them so easily was because of their powerful combat strength. After killing the second martial artist, Ling Xiao directly took out a handful of pills and swallowed them. These pills were originally used by Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, and Ling Xiao had refined them in the past. Although they could recover the Yinyang realm martial artists' Yinyang origin energy, the effect was very poor, and they had to be consumed in large quantities. However, such an elixir was incomparably precious in the eyes of the warriors outside the boundary. Yet, Ling Xiao ate them in large mouthfuls. What a waste of God's gift. This guy is wasting the first place. The Moon Maiden shook her head and smiled bitterly. It's none of our business how he wastes his things, but his enemies will be in trouble. The Wine Demon's sword smiled. Yes, not only is his inner energy rich, but he can also rely on pills to replenish it. This is simply cheating. Patriarch Changle also smiled bitterly. Once again, he was extremely glad that he chose to ally with Ling Xiao in the end and not become his enemy. Otherwise, he would probably be scared to death by Ling Xiao's method of treating pills as snacks. Including Phoenix Cry Qishan, there are 4 people left. However, Phoenix Cry Qishan is trapped, and one of them is crippled. In fact, there are only 3 people left who can fight. It seems that Ling Xiao really wants to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Zhu Xiaozong said, "Isn't he going to ask about the mastermind behind this?" Mou frowned. He just doesn't want to waste time. Anyway, one of them is almost scared silly and will definitely spill everything in the end. As for the others, it's useless to keep them alive, so he killed them. Upon seeing this, Dan Feng shook his head gently and said, "I didn't expect him to grow so quickly. Old ancestor, I'm starting to believe your words now. I'm afraid he will be the real dark horse at this white tiger gathering." Just as everyone was talking, a scream was heard. Before Ling Xiao made a move, the outcome of a battle had already been decided. It was the butterfly lady. Perhaps the butterfly lady was tired and didn't want to continue wasting time. A strange 7-colored light shot out from her 7-colored wings and directly pierced through her opponent's body. That opponent's eyes were still wide open when he died, as if he couldn't believe that he was killed by such a small thing. Tired, the butterfly lady wobbled back to the mountain river world to rest. To reward this little girl, Ling Xiao naturally prepared all kinds of high-end and delicious food. For example, He took out the medium-grade spirit stones and mortal-grade spirit weapons from the dead Yin-Yang realm martial artist storage rings. These were all things that the butterfly lady liked to eat. Ling Xiao felt that his heart was about to melt when he saw her holding the spirit stones and chewing with her small mouth. Lightning strike. Perhaps it was because the butterfly lady had finished her battle, but Ba-Er and the skeleton general, who were still fighting, were a little unconvinced. The huge lightning ball in Ba-Er's hand fiercely smashed onto his opponent. After the terrifying lightning strike, the huge hammer in his right hand fiercely smashed down. The martial artist was already numb from the lightning strike, so he didn't have any reaction when he was suddenly struck by the huge hammer. He was smashed into meat paste. Chapter 16-17. On the other side, the battle ended even more simply. Originally, the skeleton soldiers, led by the skeleton general, could block 2 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Now, he felt that it was a waste of time to face one person. A large number of white bones suddenly appeared on the ground, and the opponent had nowhere to hide. Dozens of white bones pierced through the person's body. However, a 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artist did not die. The skeleton general went up and pierced the opponent's head with his spear. Only then did the battle end. Dead. All of them were really dead, other than one who was crippled and the trapped phoenix Cry Chishan. The other 5 people were easily killed by Ling Xiao. Originally, many people did not understand why Ling Xiao dared to start a war against the Divine Phoenix Empire at this time. Could he really be compared to Phoenix Cry Chishan? However, at this moment, they understood that they had underestimated the Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor. The trump cards that this guy had were not something that others could understand. Even if he faced 6 5th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists alone, he could definitely win easily. This guy was an absolute monster. He actually destroyed 2 assassination attempts from the White Tiger continent and killed a total of 25 Yin-Yang realm martial artists. One had to know that if these 25 people formed a force, then they would definitely be able to dominate the entire Divine Phoenix continent. He had actually died. So easily. Ling Xiao sent the skeleton general and demon god Bar back. Then, the entire battlefield became quiet. He looked at the martial artist who had been crippled with a smile. See, I'm a man of my word. Now you can tell me, who is the mastermind behind you? Although Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face, this martial artist felt that he was extremely terrifying. Before coming to the Divine Phoenix continent, this martial artist never thought that his opponent would be such a terrifying monster. No, he should be called a monster. Outside the barrier, many people had the same opinion. Ling Xiao's battle power might not be the best, but this guy's talent and growth rate were simply shocking to the point of speechlessness. In every battle, he was weaker than the others and was always seen as trash that could be cleaned up at any time. But every time he fought, he would surprise everyone, using that seemingly inexhaustible trump card to make the enemy despair. Then he would kill the enemy. Those were 5 martial artists at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent, they were the most powerful forces. But it was precisely this kind of cultivator who, in front of Ling Xiao, was actually like a dog or a chicken, easily annihilated. His cultivation should only be at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm, right? Dan Feng muttered to himself in the crowd. Hearing this, the crowd's hearts trembled even more. He was already so terrifying when he was only at the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm. How terrifying would he be if his cultivation continued to increase? No wonder he insisted on going to the White Tiger continent. This tiny little Divine Phoenix continent already could not accommodate him. Black and white elders, did you see that? This is Ji Lingyue's younger brother, Ji Ling Xiao. Suddenly, the wine demon soared through the dignified black and white elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe to the ground. He said with some anger and resentment, "Back then, you used an extremely despicable method to steal Ji Lingyue's martial soul. But today, your lives are in the hands of her younger brother, Ji Ling Xiao. Don't you feel it deeply?" So it's true. Black and white elders had already suspected Ling Xiao's identity. However, they could not confirm it. Now that they heard this from the wine demon's sword, they could completely confirm it. Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei really had a good son. Ling Xiao seemed to have heard the conversation outside. He looked over coldly. With this look, the dignified black and white elders felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if many thorns had suddenly grown on their spines. It was very uncomfortable. Deep in their hearts, the shadow of death kept expanding. A bone-chilling coldness spread through their blood and organs. Black and white elders. Back then, my parents were too benevolent, so they were deceived by you. However, I'm different from them. It's really your misfortune to have met me. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Don't worry, you won't die so soon. If you want to die, you have to wait until I destroy Phoenix Mountain. I want you to be in complete despair." But you promised Feng Yinshan that you would let all the Fire Phoenix tribesmen go. Elder Black gritted his teeth. Although this was a rumor from outside, Elder Black felt that it could be used to save his life at this critical moment. Since it was already like this, what was the point of saving face? What is Feng Yinshan? I let him go because he has never made things difficult for me. We were allies for a period of time. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? If I want to kill you, even the heavens can't stop me. Not to mention Feng Yinshan. Hearing this, black and white elders' eyes froze. They immediately fell into despair. Back then, they had used lies and wagging their tails to save their lives from Ji Fuling and Yu Xianwei. However, more than 10 years later, they were still unable to escape the curse of this family. Ling Xiao said that he wanted to kill them, but he didn't do it immediately. He wanted to humiliate them and make them feel complete despair. The two of them were like fish on the chopping board, allowing Ling Xiao to take care of them. They had to die how he said they would. This feeling was really uncomfortable. They were the dignified black and white elders of the Fire Phoenix tribe. They were once peerless experts on the divine Phoenix continent. When had they ever put Ling Xiao in their eyes? If it weren't for the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, they would have killed Ling Xiao long ago. But today, even without the Moon Maiden and the Demon Liquor Sword, Ling Xiao could kill them as easily as squashing a bug. They didn't understand. How long had it been? And the situation had completely reversed. Black and white elders looked at each other and saw the anger and humiliation in each other's eyes. They wanted to commit suicide, but at this moment, they couldn't even commit suicide. The Demon Liquor Sword had sealed all of their internal energy and tied them up. No matter how much hatred and anger they felt, they could only wait for death here. This was simply too painful. They clearly knew that they were about to die, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't even choose the time of their death and the way of their death. Really, this was the sorrow of the week. For the first time, they clearly tasted it. Inside the barrier, Feng Mingqishan was still trying his best to break the array. The Dark Sword domain under the Dark Hell Ghost Sword Array continued to pressure Feng Mingqishan. However, it couldn't hurt the other party. Feng Mingqishan was too powerful. It was difficult for the Dark Sword domain alone to work. However, Ling Xiao had already expected this result. Chapter 16:18. Ling Xiao did not expect the Dark Hell Ghost Sword formation to kill Phoenix Cry Qishan. As long as it could trap Phoenix Cry Qishan and pressure him, it would be enough. At this moment, Phoenix Cry Qishan's expression was extremely gloomy. He watched helplessly as one of the 6 powerful 5th-level Yin-Yang realm experts he brought was crippled and 5 were killed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was walking towards the crippled guy in an attempt to find out the mastermind behind this from him. But he could not do anything. "Shut up. Say it. You know what the consequences will be." Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan roared crazily. "Haha, you can't even protect yourself. Yet you still care about so many things. I can guarantee that as long as he is willing to say it, then he will be an honored guest of our heavenly dynasty empire. I can even help him recover his cultivation. But what about you? You can only roar with all your might in that cage, but you can't do anything." Ling Xiao turned around and glanced at Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan, revealing a disdainful sneer. Then he lowered his head and looked at that martial artist again. "Tell me the answer. This is your last chance." His voice was ice cold. Obviously, he was not joking. He put his ear close to the other party. That martial artist finally admitted defeat, although Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan was not dead yet. In his opinion, the trapped Phoenix Cry Chi-Shan already had no chance and would only die in the constant exhaustion. What? When Ling Xiao heard that martial artist's words, he could not help but be shocked. "It's actually them? Is what you said true?" He stared at that martial artist and asked again, because that martial artist was almost out of strength. His voice was very soft. Only Ling Xiao could hear what he said. At this moment, that martial artist only nodded and could not even speak. "All right, you did very well. You can temporarily enjoy life in my heavenly dynasty empire. As long as I investigate and find out that what you said is true, then I can help you recover your cultivation." Ling Xiao still needed help. For a martial artist who had no way out, he could only work for him. "Don't worry, I will help you find your family and send them to the Divine Phoenix continent, perhaps in the White Tiger continent. I don't dare to say that I can protect them, but in the Divine Phoenix continent, no one can harm them." Ling Xiao glanced at the man and promised. He just wanted to make a gesture to let everyone know that there were definitely benefits to relying on him. Ling Xiao, was not a narrow-minded person who would haggle over every ounce. He was someone who would achieve great things. Therefore, even if he had any grudges or grievances with Ling Xiao in the past, he could write them off. An irreconcilable enmity was out of the question. For example, the Black and White Elders. That was the person who almost killed his sister, Ji Lingwei, and tricked his parents into crossing the ocean to the Heaven's Chosen Gate. Now, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. To Ling Xiao, there was no way he would let the two of them go. Ling Xiao walked back to the dark sword domain. Looking at the trapped phoenix, Cry Chi-Shan, he smiled and said, "It seems like someone just said that they wanted to kill me and destroy my heavenly empire. Why aren't you shouting now? Right now, you are just like an imprisoned dog. Other than roaring, what else can you do? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, then remove this array formation. Let's fight fair and square." Feng Ming Chi-Shan roared. He knew that today, right now, was the only time he could defeat Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's terrifying cultivation speed and talent was something that he could not catch up to no matter what. Therefore, he did not think of escaping at all. He only wanted to fight to the death with Ling Xiao. Remove the array formation? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and said, "Why should I remove the array formation that I set up with my own ability?" You, Feng Ming Chi-Shan, was simply furious. Ling Xiao, this fellow, actually didn't even give him the chance to fight fair and square. This fellow was truly as terrifying as a demon. Why didn't he see it earlier? Chi. His irritable mood caused Feng Ming Chi-Shan to make serious mistakes in his actions. A few black swords suddenly flew over and left several sword marks on his body. Fresh blood dripped down, and was very eye-catching. "Ling Xiao, you coward! You don't deserve to be the ruler of the divine Phoenix continent." Feng Ming Qi Shan roared crazily, and the power of ice and fire in his body began to skyrocket in an almost uncontrollable manner. The ancient five elements dragon soul and the killing god's white blade martial soul had already been absorbed into his body. His figure suddenly increased by 4 to 5 times. Although he was originally in the form of a divine phoenix, his body shape was similar to a human's, and he could still fight with weapons. But now, his body was several meters long, and his wings were 7 to 8 meters wide. His entire person had completely transformed into a huge divine phoenix. "He's going to go berserk." Ling Xiao frowned. Then he used his soul power to transmit a message to Yuan Venerate. "Master, you can avoid the barrier. Once Feng Ming Qishan goes berserk, the dark sword domain will definitely not be able to control him. I have to use the tyrannical sky martial soul." Ling Xiao had nothing to hide in front of Yuan Venerate, as Yuan Venerate had already seen Ling Xiao use the tyrannical sky martial soul more than once. No problem. Yuan Venerate had already controlled the barrier, so it was very easy for him to block the aura and the vision of others. Ling Xiao glanced at the 5th-level yin-yang martialist who had already submitted to him and threw him out. "Help me take good care of him. Don't let him die. After all, this is my promise." Someone outside naturally caught the martialist and took care of him properly. Although Changle Immortal Island had not publicly pledged allegiance to the Celestial Dynasty Empire, they had no other choice, even though they had once been allies. However, Changle Immortal Island was too important. If the Celestial Dynasty Empire wanted to completely unify the Divine Phoenix continent and start their cultivation journey to the White Tiger continent, they had to conquer this place. This was also why Feng Ming Qishan had insisted on conquering Changle Immortal Island. Send him to Changle Palace first, and let him have a good rest. Patriarch Changle instructed his subordinates. Someone immediately took the martialist away. When everyone looked at the barrier again, they realized that they could no longer see anything. Not a single trace of aura was emitted from the turbid barrier. This scene seems familiar. Ling Xiao seemed to have done this in the dragon-slaying forest, right? Jiao Majian rubbed his chin and said, "It seems like he still has a trump card that he has yet to reveal. However, that trump card might be too shocking, so even we are not qualified to see it." "Perhaps," the Moon Lady said faintly. She did not care what Ling Xiao's trump card was. She only knew that as long as her man was fine and treated her well, that would be enough. As for anything else, why should she worry so much? "Ling Xiao, even if we perish together today, I will make sure you die." Die. Feng Ming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, was rapidly losing his life force. This was a way to fight to the death with his opponent. Feng Ming Qishan did not want to be trapped to death by Ling Xiao. He wanted to drag Ling Xiao down with him before he died. Chapter 16:19. A terrifying aura wrapped around Feng Ming Qishan's body. At this moment, the black swords that pierced his body were no longer able to cause any harm. Feng Ming Qishan was like a divine phoenix descending from the primordial era, incomparably terrifying and powerful. Crack! His huge phoenix claws ruthlessly tore at the dark sword domain. The originally indestructible dark sword domain was actually torn open. Crack! Another claw swiped down, and the hole was torn open even wider. Feng Ming Qishan seemed to have lost his mind. The hidden power from his bloodline gradually controlled him. He crazily rushed out of the dark sword domain. He soared into the sky. As expected, I can't block it. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Although he had expected this to happen, the incomparably terrifying power that Feng Ming Qishan released before his death still surprised him a little. Since you've come out, then treat it as a reward for you. I'll let you see my true strength. Ling Xiao stared at Feng Ming Qishan in the sky. A chaotic universe gradually appeared behind him. The shadow of the tyrant martial spirit gradually appeared, and that small piece of mountain river world was the brightest. In the silent universe, the Taotai beast lay on 2 planets and brazenly slept as if it had no intention of waking up. The ancient hell dragon roamed in the mountain river world, and the demon sword ancestor was stuck on a mountain peak, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. The ancient golden crow perched in the clouds in the sky, emitting a dazzling light, and had already merged with the red sun. The pitch-black, ancient heavenly demon perched in the dark shadows, accompanied by the moon. All of this seemed so harmonious and natural. Seeing this scene, Feng Ming Qishan was completely shocked. What martial spirit is this? This is your trump card? He actually gradually regained his senses. This was originally impossible for Feng Ming Qishan, who was in a berserk state, unless there was something that stimulated his nerves even more. And it was very clear that the terrifying tyrant martial spirit in front of him was this thing. Tyrant dark sword of slaughter, divine soul annihilation. Ling Xiao did not answer Feng Ming Qishan's question. He gently waved his hand, and a ray of light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black universe. It fell like a meteor. Although the people outside the barrier could not feel the terrifying aura, they could feel the earth shaking. It was as if something had broken the balance of space. The gigantic dark slaughter sword descended from the sky, passing through countless stars, bringing with it a terrifying energy. Releasing an astonishing slaughter sword will, it pierced towards the phoenix Cry Chi mountain in the sky. Feng Ming Qishan was stunned for a moment, and then gave up on blocking the attack. Based on his perception, there was no way he could block such a move. He frantically rushed towards Ling Xiao, attempting to kill Ling Xiao before the sword strike landed. The huge divine phoenix leaped towards Ling Xiao. The power of ice and fire kept exploding in the air. Can you be faster than my sword? Ling Xiao looked at Feng Ming Qishan with ridicule and said, "To be honest, I overestimated you. I thought that I only had a 50% chance of defeating you, but you really disappointed me. You only have those terrifying twin martial spirits, coupled with such a powerful bloodline power. The combat strength you can display is less than half. Now, I feel that I have full confidence in killing you." Sword fall. Feng Ming Qishan raised his head in horror and subconsciously tried to block. However, it was already too late. Boom! The gigantic dark slaughter sword released an astonishing power. The sword pierced Feng Ming Qishan. It was like an arrow hitting a small bird. It nailed him to the ground. Feng Ming Qishan's body was squirming, screaming miserably. But it was meaningless. A terrifying dark power was released from the dark slaughter sword, and Feng Ming Qishan felt that his body and soul were gradually disappearing. "I said that your body and soul will be destroyed. Feng Ming Qishan, at least in the profound world, you won't be able to live. You repeatedly instigated others to kill me, and I endured it because I was not your opponent at that time. Today, you can be considered to have died in vain. Of the immortal pot." A strange gourd-like eye appeared above Ling Xiao's head. "Withdraw." Although Feng Ming Qishan was bound to die, Ling Xiao still wanted the ancient 5 elements dragon spirit and the killing god white blade martial spirit. One was one of the 9 great ancient dragon spirits. The other was one of the 12 immortal martial spirits. No matter which one it was, they were all very precious. In the future, if it was made into a blood soul talisman, it would definitely become his very powerful combat strength. Smoke dissipated. The enchantment disappeared. People could finally see everything in the enchantment Clearly, Feng Ming-Chi-shan had already disappeared, and only a blood-stained storage ring on the ground confirmed that he had appeared there just now. Ling Xiao stood there, his black hair dancing wildly. His clothes fluttered in the wind, handsome and cold, like a demon lord of a generation. No one knew when it started, but the title of Demon Lord had been attached to Ling Xiao's head. Even after going to the White Tiger continent, there were still people who called him that. Of course, that was all in the future. Ling Xiao raised his foot and walked towards black and white elders. His cold eyes revealed a dense killing intent. He said that after killing Feng Ming-Chi-shan, it would be the time of black and white elders' death. Naturally, he wouldn't go back on his words. Do you regret it? Ling Xiao looked at black and white elders and asked contemptuously. Black and white elders looked at each other and suddenly sneered. Not killing you earlier is the thing we regret the most. Since he was already going to die, Black Elder didn't show too much embarrassment. After all, he was once a big shot, so this was more like it. Hee, is that so? I'm afraid that even if you want to kill me, you can't do it. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I'll give the two of you a chance to die a little more honorably. Tell me, who took my sister's martial spirit? Sometimes, although it was death, the difference between dying honorably and being tortured to death was still very big. Brother Ling, our everlasting joy immortal island has a secret realm, and there are snakes, insects, rats, and ants inside. Why don't we cripple them and throw them in and see how long they can live? Dan Feng said with a smile. Ling Xiao obviously knew that his words were a threat to black and white elders. No one wanted to die in such a miserable way. Hee, that's really a good idea. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at black and white elders and said, How about it? I don't think the two of you are the kind of people who have perseverance. Back then, you knelt in front of my parents and begged for mercy, making them pity you. Today, you should also do the same, right? You win. Black Elder sighed and said, I only ask for an intact corpse. Don't worry, this is very easy. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Actually, even if I tell you who took your sister's martial spirit, you won't be able to take it back. The difference between us is too big. Black Elder suddenly revealed a sinister smile, as if he thought of something very fun. Chapter 16:20. Elder Black suddenly laughed. You think you've won, but you don't know that you've already caused a disaster. The foundation of the Divine Phoenix clan isn't in the Divine Phoenix continent, but in the White Tiger continent. Feng Fei, she's the pride of our Fire Phoenix clan. Her talent isn't inferior to your big sister's. If the Divine Phoenix Empire has her, then Phoenix Cry Mountain and Phoenix Hidden Mountain will have to stand aside. Oh, Feng Fei, I'll remember that name. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a sharp light before he said, Kill yourselves. This is what I promised you. I can leave your corpses intact. Since the other party had cooperated and told him the answer, he wouldn't go back on his word. Although he was domineering, he wasn't an unreasonable person. Many thanks. The black and white elders looked at each other and smiled sadly. Then they attacked at the same time and pressed their palms against the top of their heads. Find a place to bury them. I only promised to leave their corpses intact, but I didn't say I'd bury them. Ling Xiao glanced at the two corpses before taking their storage rings. After confirming that the two were dead, he ordered his subordinates. Yes, naturally, someone obeyed. The Vermilion Bird clan and Thunderhawk clan leaders were extremely nervous. Although they'd surrendered at the last minute, they were worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't accept them. Seeing Elder Black and Elder Black commit suicide made their hearts uneasy. Don't worry. Since you've surrendered to my celestial empire, you're one of us. Naturally, I won't do anything to you, but I hope you'll remember this clearly. Ling Xiao hate betrayal the most. Since you've joined, you should be down to earth. If you dare to betray me one day, I'll exterminate your entire clan. I won't leave anyone alive. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it. But since Ling Xiao said it, they believed it without question. Ling Xiao had always been a man of his word. He was also a ruthless person. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Even the storm and ocean shook. Strange, rumbling sounds came from afar. Ling Xiao frowned as he activated his Taiji eye and looked into the distance. However, he discovered something extremely strange and terrifying. In this stormy ocean, many continents began to gather, merge, and come into contact with each other. So the prophecy was actually true. The Moon Maiden exclaimed in shock. What prophecy? Ling Xiao glanced at the Moon Maiden and asked. On the day the 13 continents of the profound world split apart, a prophecy was born. It said that when a country rose up in the profound world and could unify the profound world, the 13 continents would close once again. The Moon Maiden replied, It looks like the prophecy has begun to come true. Your heavenly empire has now unified the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent. Therefore, these two continents have begun to close up and become a complete continent. The 13 continents have become 12. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. The heroic spirit in his heart became even stronger. Later history books recorded, in the second year of the Celestial Dynasty calendar, the Celestial Emperor unified the Celestial Dragon and the Divine Phoenix, and the two continents became one. Although there was an anomaly in the sky, and the earth shook, the strange thing was that the residents on the surface did not suffer any injuries. It was as if there was a god helping them. This day was not peaceful after all. The entire heavenly dragon continent and divine phoenix continent resounded with Ling Xiao's glorious achievements. The merging of the two continents and the appearance of an anomaly in the sky caused everyone living on these two continents to know about Ling Xiao's achievements. The Divine Phoenix Empire, which was extremely powerful in the past and had almost unified the Divine Phoenix continent, was easily wiped out and replaced by Ling Xiao. People were shocked and fearful of Ling Xiao's strength and dominance. Later on, there were rumors that the Divine Phoenix Emperor had set a trap at the peak of Changle Mountain with 6 Yinyang Realm 5th level experts to besiege Ling Xiao. However, 6 of the 7 people were killed, and 1 was crippled. At this moment, Ling Xiao's name completely resounded throughout the two continents. He had become a unique existence. In the past, no matter how prominent Ling Xiao's reputation was, he was still suppressed by the top 10 on the Dragon Phoenix list. However, this time, no one could suppress him. He was the most dazzling star on these two continents. A few days later, this news spread to the White Tiger continent. The White Tiger continent had a sacred place that all cultivators yearned for, Valley of the Immortals. The Valley of the Immortals was extremely huge. It was rumored that the area it occupied was equivalent to half of any of the 4 empires on the White Tiger continent. The reason why it was called a sacred place was that the immortals of the Immortal Court would often descend to the mortal world to teach and dispel doubts. It was said that staying in the Valley of the Immortals for a few days was equivalent to cultivating outside for a few years. At this moment, in a mystic realm in the Valley of the Immortals, there was a very exquisite and unique house. It was built with special materials and could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth. It was extremely mysterious. Outside the house, a young lady sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A white tiger crouched beside her. Its sharp eyes were staring at a place not far away. There, a figure was slowly walking over. His steps were light and had a hint of majesty. The figure was tall and imposing, but his face was somewhat pale. The footsteps got closer and closer. When the figure was about 10 meters away from the house, he finally stopped. Then he stood there respectfully and did not make a sound. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing the young lady, who was cultivating. The white tiger yawned in boredom and actually fell asleep on its stomach. It seemed to have sensed that the person who came did not have any hostility. After a full 2 hours, the woman finally opened her eyes. She wore a strange mask on her face, so her appearance could not be seen clearly. However, those eyes revealed a depth that made people fear. "Feng Yinshan, why are you here?" She lightly opened her red lips. Her voice was illusory, as if it came from all directions, but also as if it came from another world. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, "Feng Mingqishan is dead. None of the 6 experts that you sent could return. That Ling Xiao has already completely matured. You came to disturb me just because of this?" The young lady seemed to be a little angry. It was as if she felt that Feng Mingqishan's death, or the 6th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist deaths, was not worth mentioning. "There's an even bigger matter," Feng Yinshan continued. "A phenomenon has descended from the heavens. The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have finally merged." Hearing this, the young lady was indeed a little shocked. Even she seemed to be unable to remain calm. After a long while, she suddenly laughed. Her laughter was very carefree, as if the shock from before had vanished into thin air. "Perhaps this is the will of the heavens." She finally stopped laughing and looked at Feng Yinshan. "The Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix have merged into one. That Ling Xiao will definitely become a thorn in the eyes of the major factions of the White Tiger continent. The mistakes that Divine Phoenix Empire made, they will not repeat the same mistakes." Chapter 16:21. The woman said with contempt, "As long as that Ling Xiao dares to come to the White Tiger continent, he will definitely die. For us, there are only benefits and no disadvantages." Although that is the case, this Ling Xiao cannot be underestimated. Those who have underestimated him have either died or suffered a crushing defeat. Feng Yinshan sighed and said, "I am one of them." "Are you afraid?" The woman teased. "That's right, I'm afraid. If you see Ling Xiao, you will definitely be shocked by his talent and courage." Feng Yinshan told the truth. "Today, besides telling you some things about the outside world, I also have something to tell you." "What is it?" "I'm leaving. The current me can't face Ling Xiao because my spirit has been completely damaged. I'll leave the people of the Fire Phoenix tribe to you." Feng Yinshan said calmly. "Where are you going?" "The gate of heaven's chosen." Feng Yinshan said resolutely, "Only by stepping on a different path can I surpass Ling Xiao. You will die. If I die, then I die. It's better than being suppressed by others for the rest of my life." "It seems like you've already made your decision. Then I won't stop you. I hope you can live. An additional path is an additional layer of hope for our Fire Phoenix tribe. Farewell." Feng Yinshan cupped his fists respectfully, then turned around and prepared to leave. "One last question. How do you think Ling Xiao is compared to me?" The woman suddenly asked. "At this stage, you are much stronger than him. Killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand. But if you can't kill him, the one who will lose in the end will definitely be you." Feng Yinshan paused for a moment before replying. "All right, you can leave now." The woman calmly watched Feng Yinshan leave. The coldness in her deep eyes grew even stronger. She suddenly turned around to look at the house and said with a smile, "Miss, he seems to have mistaken me for you." After the war, the Divine Phoenix Empire's capital still maintained its former peace and prosperity. People walked onto the streets one after another. They found that the flags in front of many shops had been replaced with the dragon flag of the Celestial Empire. The original Phoenix flag had all been removed. The soldiers walking on the streets have also changed into brand new armor, which has the distinct characteristics of the Celestial Empire. At this moment, people were finally willing to accept this reality. The divine Phoenix Empire of the past no longer existed. Now, there was only one empire between the Heavenly Dragon Continent and the Divine Phoenix Continent, and that was the Heavenly Empire. Speaking of domineering and unparalleled, I'm afraid there's no one else other than the Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. People walked on the streets and looked at everything that had changed. They couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Ling Xiao, who was just a celestial realm martial artist, not worth mentioning 2 years ago, would become so powerful? Now, he had become the overlord of 2 continents. When he defeated the new True Devil Empire and established the Celestial Empire, there were people who mocked him for overestimating himself. Many people were even waiting to laugh at him, thinking that he would soon pay the price for his ignorance and naivety. But today, this youth who had been mocked behind his back countless times became the final victor of 2 continents at the age of 17. He's domineering, but he's not bloodthirsty. If it were someone else who really took down the Divine Phoenix Empire, this place would probably be covered in blood. I didn't expect that we could still continue to do our own business. It's simply like a dream. Someone sighed. Yeah, this might be the reason for his success. Have you heard? Now, the Heavenly Dragon Continent has been named the Heavenly Dragon Province, and the Divine Phoenix Continent has been named the Divine Phoenix Province. After the 2 continents merged, it was renamed the Dragon Phoenix Continent. The specific documents will be issued soon. I heard this is a must. Since the 2 continents have merged, it will be much more convenient to go to the Heavenly Dragon Continent in the future. In the entire Divine Phoenix capital, there were no traces of war at all. Everything was so orderly. Everything was going so smoothly. The gears of time had officially entered the next stage. At the same time, the distant Tianhai Empire also learned of the changes in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Outside the Tianhai Empire's palace, thousands of civil and military officials knelt there. Among them, there were actually quite a number of people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. Some of them were martial artists who had migrated to the White Tiger continent long ago, and some had fled here before Ling Xiao started the war. The Tianhai Empire had always treated the Divine Phoenix continent as their subsidiary, so they completely accepted these people as long as they were capable. At this moment, these people knelt there. The person in the lead was holding a blood letter. Everyone's faces were filled with anger and hatred. They didn't speak, but that soaring resentment and hatred gathered above the palace and didn't dissipate for a long time. There was only one sentence on that blood letter. Ling Xiao, the renegade, destroyed the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and killed the sacred envoy. His crimes are extremely heinous. I hope the Emperor will punish him and eliminate this evil thief. Below were the bloody fingerprints of the rest, as well as their signatures. The rest of you wait outside. The left Prime Minister and the right Prime Minister bring the blood letter for an audience. After a long time, the door to the imperial court opened. A eunuch walked out from inside and said loudly with a sharp voice. The 2 people in the lead stood up and respectfully stepped into the imperial court with the blood letter in their hands. In the imperial court, he sat with a golden saber in his hand, his brows emitting the domineering aura that an emperor should have. He glanced indifferently at the 2 people who entered and said, "My 2 beloved subjects, sit down and talk." This subject doesn't dare. The 2 of them came to hand over the blood letter. This kind of thing had a bit of the taste of coercing the emperor, so they were also apprehensive in their hearts. Not to mention even standing felt uncomfortable all over. the emperor of the Tianhai Empire didn't ask them to sit, but said softly, "Leave the blood letter here. We already know about Ling Zhao's matter. But now that the Dragon Phoenix continent has united and the Tianhai Empire is powerful and prosperous, could it be that my two beloved subjects plan to have my Tianhai Empire lead troops to attack the Dragon Phoenix continent? Do you know how many pairs of eyes are watching us right now? The two of you, as subjects, hold high positions and authority, second only to one person and above tens of thousands. You can't spoil the empire's important matters just because of your personal grudges." Although the emperor's voice was very gentle, in the ears of the two prime ministers, it was like a bolt from the blue, causing them to feel uneasy and fearful. Just as they were hesitating about what to do, the emperor spoke again. "But Ling Xiao killed my Tianhai Empire's holy envoy. This is also a fact. We can't let him be at ease. Isn't Ling Xiao coming to the White Tiger continent to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet soon? Jianghu matters will be handled by the Jianghu." Do you two understand what we mean? Their eyes immediately lit up, and they hurriedly knelt on the ground. This subject understands. All right, let the people outside disperse. It's early in the morning. It's not good for the influence. If you need our help with this matter, just say it in private. We don't want to see today's matter a second time. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Chapter 16:22. The sovereign king then stood up and left the court. The two people kneeling below looked at each other, although they were not satisfied with the result. But since the sovereign king had already hinted that he could use the methods of the underworld to deal with Ling Xiao, then it could be considered to have achieved a certain effect. At this time, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening above. He was still on Chang'el's celestial island, because he had always felt that it was strange why Feng Ming Qishan would rather abandon Divine Phoenix Empire and attack Chang'el's celestial island. After a few days of careful investigation, he finally discovered the 3 secrets of Chang'el Celestial Island. First, on Chang'el Celestial Island, there was a secret place that was sealed all year round. Those who were not good at array formations were unable to enter. Thus, even Dan Feng, Ancestor Chang'el, and the others had never entered. Feng Ming Qishan had the ancient 5 elements dragon soul, so he should be very confident in breaking such an array formation. This secret realm was probably one of the reasons why Feng Ming Qishan attacked here. Second, on Chang'el's celestial island, there was actually an ancient teleportation array. Although it was already dilapidated, if it could be repaired by even a tenth, then it could directly transport soldiers to the White Tiger continent, to Feng Ming Qishan, who was also ambitious. This thing would affect whether he could dominate the White Tiger continent. Unfortunately, Feng Ming Qishan could be considered to have made a wedding dress for Ling Xiao. Third, after careful analysis on the map and actual investigation, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the 5 Immortal Island was not a place that appeared by chance. These 5 Immortal Islands were actually very likely created by humans. The 5 Immortal Island happened to be at the 5 nodes between Divine Phoenix Continent and White Tiger Continent. It actually formed a strange array diagram, 5 elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation. This array had 3 functions. First, it could absorb the 5 elements between heaven and earth and transport them to Divine Phoenix Continent to provide a large amount of energy for martial artist cultivation. Second, during wartime, it could form the 5 elements sky curtain to block the invasion of the army and protect Divine Phoenix Continent. Third, it could communicate with yin and yang, greatly increasing the efficiency of martial artists breaking through to the yin-yang realm. Of course, this array formation had been around for too long, because it had not been repaired for a long time. Only the second function was temporarily effective. The first and third functions were basically ineffective. Feng Ming Qishan had probably seen through this point long ago, which was why he wanted to occupy 5 Immortal Island. With the 5 Immortal Islands, they would have the confidence to build an army. However, Feng Ming Qishan did not expect that the secret that he had spent more than 10 years to discover would actually be seen through by Ling Xiao in one day. Now that he knew all this, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't miss out on the 5-element heaven-earth yin-yang formation. He was proficient in array formations, and with the guidance of a Yuan Venerate, it shouldn't be a problem to repair this array. These days, he had been asking people to help him find materials to repair the array formation. At the same time, he had also stationed 5 legions on the 5 Immortals Island. After all, today's Divine Phoenix Continent had already become the Dragon Phoenix Continent. The area covered by the 5-elemental heaven yin-yang formation had also become larger. To Ling Xiao, it was even more important. Naturally, he would not give it up. Using the power of the entire country to repair this array formation, things became much easier. In less than 3 days, all the materials were gathered. After that, Ling Xiao headed to the Tianpeng Immortal Island, the Permitha Immortal Island, the Blackwater Immortal Island, and the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island to repair the array formation. Finally, he came to the Changle Immortal Island to add the finishing touch. The Tao of array formations is really mysterious. It's actually not inferior to the martial Tao. The Changle Patriarch sighed as he watched Ling Xiao set up the array formation. If he had also set up the array formation, the Changle Immortal Island wouldn't have been forced to such an extent by Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain. That's natural. The mystic world is so big that almost no martialists have truly set foot in it. Old fellows like us have never stepped out of the Divine Phoenix Continent in most of our lives. What can we see? I heard that when the Sacred Dynasty unified the mystic world, alchemy masters and array formation masters were the most revered existences in the Sacred Dynasty. As the saying goes, learn the dragon slaying technique and sell it to the royal family. These people enter and leave the palace and are treated as distinguished guests. Zhu Wen, who was beside him, chuckled when he heard what the Changle Patriarch said. However, regardless of whether it's array formations, alchemy, or refining, they all require a solid foundation of the martial Tao. Without sufficient cultivation and internal strength, you won't be able to refine a large number of elixirs even if you know about them. You won't be able to break a large number of array formations even if you know about them. That's right. No matter what the goal is, the martial Tao is the foundation. Without the martial Tao, you can be killed at any time. How can you become a master? The Changle Patriarch agreed with Zhu Wen's words. Boom! Suddenly, 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky. It circled in the air, but didn't strike the ground. It was very miraculous. Could it be that the 5 elements heaven-earth yin-yang formation was successfully set up? The Changle Patriarch couldn't help but ask when he saw the phenomenon. The Patriarch guessed correctly. It was successfully repaired. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the Changle Patriarch. It was filled with joy and a strong sense of accomplishment. Sigh, it's true that the waves behind surpass the waves before. Each wave is stronger than the last. We old fellows really have to leave this era. The Changle Patriarch turned his head to look. Ling Xiao had appeared behind them at some point in time. He and Zhu Wen didn't notice him at all. If this was a sneak attack, the two of them would have already become 2 corpses. That's right. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's strength has really improved by leaps and bounds. It's not something we can compare to. Zhu Wen also sighed with emotion. The two of you are too humble. You have spent a lot of time on the management of the sect and the island, while I have been obsessed with cultivation. Even the matters of the Heavenly Empire have been thrown to others to manage. No matter what you do, you are afraid of the word obsession. Ling Xiao laughed. Ha! You are so obsessed with martial arts. Your success is indeed natural. So, what do you want to do next? Repair the ancient teleportation array, or go to the Changle secret realm to take a look? The Changle patriarch asked with a smile. The ancient teleportation array is more complicated than the five-element heaven-earth yin-yang formation. It's not something that can be completed in a short time. Just now, I have already carried out some basic maintenance on the teleportation array. At present, it can still teleport 3 people to the White Tiger continent at the same time. Ling Xiao replied, but to completely repair it, I still have to collect at least 8 space-time crystals. This kind of space-time crystal is not available on the Dragon Phoenix continent. I'm afraid I have to go to the White Tiger continent to find it. I see. That is to say, you plan to go to the Changle secret realm to take a look? The Changle patriarch laughed. Of course I have to go. To be able to leave the ancient teleportation array here, the Changle secret realm is probably a very special place. Before going to the White Tiger continent, if I can go, of course I have to take a look. Ling Xiao nodded. Then there's no time to lose. Follow me. The Changle patriarch had always wanted to know what was in the Changle secret realm. Now that he had met a formation master like Ling Xiao, he naturally had to take this opportunity to go in and take a look. Chapter 16:23. Why don't we do this? This kind of secret realm is usually prepared for people with opportunities. I'll choose some martial artists with potential and strength to go in and try their luck. Who knows, they might be able to obtain their own opportunities. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, Your Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is so thoughtful. Ling Xiao had actually been thinking about this for a long time. He was definitely not powerful alone. For example, this time when he attacked the Black Crow Empire, destroyed the Divine Phoenix Empire, and unified the Divine Phoenix continent, it was absolutely impossible to do without the help of others. When he went to the White Tiger continent, he still needed someone to help him guard the Dragon Phoenix continent. Before he left, he would do as much as he could. He made a list of martial artists above the half-step yin-yang realm of the Heavenly Empire. Regardless of age, they could enter the Changle secret realm. The reason why he chose the half-step yin-yang realm was because Ling Xiao felt that the aura in this secret realm was somewhat powerful. Martial artists below the half-step yin-yang realm would not only not gain anything, but might also get into trouble. Of course, Dan Feng, Long Chun, Mou, Zhu Xiaocong, Cold Plum, and the others were not included on the list. Before the martial artists on the list gathered at the Changle Celestial Island, Ling Xiao went to the Changle secret realm alone. He wanted to go in and take a look at the situation first. As for the people on the list, as long as the secret realm opened, they could enter at any time. In any case, in a place like a secret realm, everyone who entered would obtain different opportunities. No one would snatch anyone else's. With the Phoenix Cry Chi Mountain's immemorial 5 elements Dragon Soul, Ling Xiao only took less than 15 minutes to crack the Changle secret realm's array formation. This made Ancestor Changle, Zhu Wen, and the others who were watching from afar sigh, especially Ancestor Changle. This secret realm seemed to have existed since the birth of the Changle Celestial Island. When Ancestor Changle was still very young, he heard his elders say that they wanted to find a way to crack this secret realm. However, until now, there had been no progress. But the moment Ling Xiao made a move, he actually broke it so easily. This really made him feel a little helpless and a little shocked. I'm going in first. Ling Xiao cupped his fists at the crowd in the distance, then leaped into the secret realm. The moment he entered the secret realm, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions. He felt like he was about to be squashed into a meat patty. He hurriedly released his inner energy to resist. Looks like my previous judgment was correct. If you want to survive in this secret realm, you have to be at least a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator. Otherwise, you will be crushed to death as soon as you enter. When he felt that the pressure was no longer so terrifying, Ling Xiao stopped releasing his inner force and walked inside. He could sense that the deeper he went, the greater the pressure. He had no choice but to continue increasing his internal energy to fight back. The first 100 meters, or so, is suitable for a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a first-level yin-yang realm martial artist. The next 100 meters is suitable for a second-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Ling Xiao recorded the data as he walked. From the first 100 meters, one could see some strange things in this secret realm, such as strange sculptures, vivid murals, and so on. However, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to them. Since the deeper he went, the more difficult it was. It meant that the opportunities inside were naturally better. After walking for another 100 meters, Ling Xiao could already see a majestic palace standing in the distance. It seems like every 100 meters forward, the pressure will increase by one level. Although my cultivation base is only at the second level of the yin-yang realm, my combat ability, physical strength, inner energy, and soul power are comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the fourth level of the yin-yang realm. It shouldn't be a problem for me to walk another 200 meters. However, the palace seems to be about 400 meters away. It seems like I have to use Hell Body and Tyrannical Martial Soul. Fortunately, there were no outsiders here, so Ling Xiao could fully unleash his potential. After walking for another 200 meters, Ling Xiao automatically entered the state of Hell Body. After another 100 meters, Ling Xiao activated the primordial golden dragon king bloodline. Although his cultivation did not increase, his body's endurance greatly increased. Therefore, without releasing the tyrannical martial soul, he still walked the 400 meters with heavy steps and stood before the majestic palace's huge door. The entire palace was solemn black. Even the Lena door was a thick black iron door. Ling Xiao opened his Tai Chi eye and carefully observed the huge door. He discovered that there were layers of formation inscriptions on the door. After tens of thousands of years, there were no signs of damage. It seems like the person who set up this secret realm is much more skilled in formations than the person who set up the primordial teleportation formation and the five-elemental world yin-yang formation. The formation at the entrance of the secret realm and the formation on the huge door actually had the ability to self-renew and self-repair. This was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. Boom! Behind him, a five-colored divine dragon suddenly appeared. After obtaining the phoenix Cry Chishan's primordial five elements dragon soul, he naturally had to use it. 5 rays of light shot towards the huge door, corresponding to the inscription elements on the huge door, and began to quickly link up. Then, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with various inscriptions. He had already begun to crack the formation. About 5 or 6 minutes later, Ling Xiao's eyes returned to normal, and the primordial 5 elements dragon soul behind him gradually disappeared. With this 5 elements dragon soul, the speed of cracking formations and formations can be increased by several times. I really have to thank that phoenix, Cry Chishan. Ling Xiao smiled, and then went forward to push the huge door. However, the huge door did not move at all. The formation has been cracked. What's going on? Ling Xiao was a little confused. He used his Tai Chi eye to observe carefully again, but he did not find any traces of a formation. Could it be the weight of the huge door itself? Ling Xiao instantly thought of the crux of the problem. He sneered. In terms of strength, he was confident that in the entire Divine Phoenix continent, no one was his opponent. His body began to emit a golden light, and the primordial golden dragon cells in his body were mobilized. Then Ling Xiao walked to the front of the huge door, pressed his hands on the door, and let out a low roar. That sound was actually similar to a dragon's roar. Boom! A loud sound like muffled thunder came, and the huge door finally slowly opened. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao felt a powerful soul force directly hit his soul realm, trying to take the opportunity to destroy his soul. Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. At the critical moment, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul. An extremely terrifying soul force was released from the vast universe and integrated into Ling Xiao's soul realm. Like a monstrous wave, it easily shattered the soul force that invaded his soul realm. Chapter 16:24. Damn, a double test of the body and soul. Even if I'm at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm, I won't be able to enter the palace. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion, then stepped through the giant door. The moment he entered the giant door, the door closed with a rumbling sound. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. If he could open it from the outside, he was confident that he could open it from the inside. It was pitch black in the palace. However, for a martial artist at Ling Xiao's level, it wasn't a problem. He could still see everything clearly. It was a very long path. The end of the path led to endless darkness. Even he couldn't see through the darkness. However, in the face of such a situation, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. He lifted his foot and walked forward. He was already here. Was he supposed to give up and leave? Ling Xiao, had been prepared to die since the day he started practicing martial arts. If he died, it would only prove that he wasn't capable. On the path of martial arts, even if you had the slightest fear, your path wouldn't be smooth. Why were so many martial artists stuck at a certain cultivation level and couldn't break through? It wasn't because they couldn't break through, but because they were afraid. The risk of breaking through was something they weren't willing to take. However, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. It didn't matter if he was stupid or crazy. He was just like that. He believed in the saying, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained." Moreover, after experiencing so many dangers, he had already developed the ability to deal with danger. If he really wanted to die, it would depend on whether the danger had the ability to do so. The path wasn't long. He quickly stepped into the boundless darkness. In here, not only could he not see anything with his eyes, but he also couldn't hear or feel anything. After releasing his soul power, he would lose his senses instantly as if it was swallowed by something. What a terrifying place. What kind of place is this? Ling Xiao was shocked as he felt everything. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed. Since he was already here, he didn't plan to leave easily. Moreover, it was impossible to leave now even if he wanted to. The path he used to enter had disappeared. It was as if he was isolated in a space without anything. He thought that there would be some danger. But in reality, Ling Xiao waited for an hour and nothing happened. He began to feel a little anxious. There was a hint of panic. Are you trying to test my ability to endure loneliness? Ling Xiao frowned and pondered, but no one told him if that was the right answer. If they really wanted to test whether he could endure this kind of desolation and loneliness, then as long as he persevered, he would reap the rewards. But if not, even if he foolishly waited like this, there would be no results. He would only die slowly here. If it were anyone else, they would probably be overwhelmed by such a choice and might even fall into madness in the end. But Ling Xiao wouldn't. He would not foolishly wait, nor would he become anxious and crazy because of this. If there was nothing in the world, then he would just have to create such a world. Qiyang, bright moon, night and day, mountains and rivers. There was light in the originally dark world. The originally silent world was now filled with sound. Ling Xiao looked at the pitch-black space again. At that moment, he was stunned. The world that he thought had nothing in it turned out to be so exciting and rich. Around him was a place with mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, and even birds and beasts. However, there was one thing that was strange. He seemed to be unable to touch this world. There was also a huge gap between this world and him. It was as if they were not in the same space. No wonder there is no sound, no light, and no feeling. This place should be a cursed place, an isolated place, a sealed place. He gave up on observing the beautiful and rich world outside. Instead, he locked his gaze on this narrow space that seemed to be only about 20 square meters. There was a bed in this place. It was covered with weeds, and a person was lying on the weeds. His hands and limbs were shackled. It seemed that those shackles were definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be no traces of rust after so many years. That person did not move, as if he was dead. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous. How could an ordinary person be locked up in such a secret place? This person's cultivation was probably at least Yin-Yang Realm level 5. Otherwise, those formations would not be used at all. It would be impossible for this person to leave this dark space. He was considering whether to go over or not. I'd better be careful. Ling Xiao finally made up his mind. He had to go over. Otherwise, it would be meaningless for him to come here. However, before he went over, he secretly released his Gemini martial souls. In this way, even if he encountered danger and was killed, he would not really die. His Gemini martial souls hid in the darkness silently. Then, Ling Xiao walked over. The moment he reached the bed, the person on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and revealed an excited and crazy smile. Ling Xiao tried to dodge, but the person grabbed his arm. Then, he could not move at all. Crack, 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 crack. When Ling Xiao realized that he could move, his hands and feet were shackled. These shackles were indeed extraordinary. There were many complex and powerful inscription formations on them, and that person was standing in front of the bed. His hair was very long and his face could not be seen. Ling Xiao could only see that this person's eyes were dark blue and had a strange light. Ha ha ha! Finally, someone has come to replace me. That person suddenly looked up and laughed. Although Ling Xiao could not hear his voice, he could read his mouth. After laughing heartily, that person looked at Ling Xiao with pity and then disappeared into the pitch-black space. Ling Xiao was stunned from the beginning to the end. It was only when that person left that his expression suddenly relaxed. The person just left and did not attack him. To him, this was actually very fortunate. He could see that after that person disappeared in the dark space, he appeared in the outside world, in the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. Then everything disappeared. The beautiful scenery seemed to have been cut off in an instant, and the two spaces were completely disconnected. Ling Xiao could only think that although this place could imprison martial artists, it could only imprison one at a time. As long as there was a replacement, they could leave. So that person had been waiting for such an opportunity. He did not expect that Ling Xiao would come knocking on his door. Furthermore, that person was extremely powerful and had definitely violated the laws of the divine Phoenix Continent's profound world. In front of him, Ling Xiao was not even comparable to an ant. He simply did not have any ability to resist. In fact, the moment his arm was touched, all of his strength and inner strength could not be connected.